ensure all rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. This morning, I'll be calling Mr. Kyle Hose to give lived experience evidence of his perspectives on experiences that led to him reaching the nadir in life and then climbing back from that point. And Mr. Hose is already seated in the witness box at the table, and I'll be asking that he take the oath in just a minute. Thank you, Commissioner. And just to give you an outline of the remainder of the day, Commissioners, Mr. Hose, we anticipate, might give evidence until about 11:15 or thereabouts. There'll then be a short break, perhaps a 10-minute break, and then from 11:25, Mr. Connor will be calling a panel from the Army consisting of the Deputy Chief of Army, the Surgeon General, Australian Defence Force and Commander of Joint Health, the Director General Health Policy Program and Assurance, and the Head of People Capability, Australian Defence Force. And with a break, probably a shorter lunch break of about 30 minutes, that panel will take up the remainder of the day until the afternoon adjournment. We anticipate that might be at about 4 p.m.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, but I should clarify that's not an Army panel, that's a Defence panel.
Thank you. It's a defence panel. Now, Mr. Hose has already seated in the witness box, but I'll formally call Mr. Kyle Hose. He's answering a summons to give evidence, and I'll ask that he be administered the oath.
Mr. Hose, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Hose, you've prepared a statement, haven't you, for the Royal Commission under a notice to give a statement. And do you have a copy of the statement in signed form
Yes, I
with
do.
you now? And I'll ask the associate come and take the copy of the signed statement. That will be imaged, and in redacted form, we will be making a public version of that statement available. Commissioners, I'm going to tender both the unredacted form of the statement, which has just been received, albeit that won't be available for the public, and also a redacted version for publication. And that's a tender I make now. Statement of Kyle Hose, dated 14 March 2022, in both unredacted and redacted form.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gray. They'll be accepted and as an exhibit and allocated the next consecutive number.
Now, I'll ask that the form of the statement that has been already digitised and redacted for publication, that be displayed. And for the record, I'll read out that document ID number, so it's available on the transcript. It is KYH 0000 0001 0001, and it's the _R version. And Mr. Hose, are you able to see that document before you?
Yes, I can.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
I tender the statement in both forms.
Thank you. Be accepted and allocated the next consecutive number as well.
Thank you. Mr. Hose, what was life like for you before joining the Army, and in particular, if you're able to describe any elements of life that made you want to join the Army?
My father was a veteran of the Vietnam War, and I grew up in a lot of military establishments, and I was moved around with my father as per those postings. My childhood was a loved and shared childhood. However, being the new child in a different school very many times, it was difficult to build relationships that lasted because of so many different schools that I had. But my family relationships were of love and support, and I enjoyed my childhood immensely. I enjoyed the opportunity to visit new places and learn new things. And I have made available in my statement the various schools, including Papua New Guinea, where I was open to a more multicultural style of environment for Australians and for the Commonwealth.
And you enjoyed sports?
Yes, I got the love of golf, fishing and Australian rules through my childhood, and participation in sports was highly supported by my family during that childhood time.
And you have two older brothers. Did your two older brothers join the ADF?
Both my older brothers joined in the Navy.
Mr. Hose, maybe we'll avoid using the names of your siblings if that's all right. And Commissioners, could we have the usual order and just interrupt the feed just in respect of that name?
Yes, if we could just interrupt the feed for that section.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hose.
My oldest brother joined the Navy. He was 9 years older than me. And my second brother is 2 years older than me, and he joined the Army in the apprentices school the year before I joined the apprentices school in the military.
And just while we're talking about your siblings, your stepsister later joined the ADF, is that right?
That's correct. I have a stepsister 20 years younger than me that was also joined into the Army.
Thank you. And you actually ended up joining the Army very young, at the age of 15, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
What were your reasons?
I believed I was following a family history by supporting my country, and I had a huge support from my father to become a tradesman, and both my eldest brother in the Navy and my next brother joined into mechanical trades, where I had also learnt from home about my dad's ability to have a mechanical aptitude, and I wanted to further that by honouring the country with service and becoming a tradesman myself.
Thank you. And when you joined the Army, can you tell the Commissioners what was it that you believed about what your career would be in the Army and what the purpose for that career would be?
I believed when I joined the military
And Mr. Hose, I should have said at the start, your partner Heather's here with you, giving you support while you
yes, that's correct.
give your evidence to the Royal Commission, and you can take as much time as you need. And Heather's here to support you, which is a terrific thing.
There's absolutely no rush, Mr. Hose. If you want to take a break at any time, just take a break for a few minutes.
When I joined the military, I believed that I would have a long career. My father retired after 20 years of service, which was what I thought the normal retirement age for military, though I did know that their careers could go longer in whatever field that they pursued. And I believed that becoming a tradesman, that I would support not only the defence of the country, that I also would travel overseas where I would be deployed to serve, whether it was in a live deployment or whether I would be based in Australia doing a supportive role, and that I would make my commitment to serve the 9 years out that I signed for and possibly continue on to become a 20-year retired soldier from the military.
Thank you. And did you join the Army as a fitter and turner apprentice?
That's correct. I was undertaking an interview process at the age of 15 in 1984, which was a comprehensive interview process involving aptitude tests, physical tests and medical examinations to ensure that I was of the quality and ready to join as an apprentice fitter and turner.
Thank you. What was the location for apprentices, particularly trade apprentices and in particular fitter and turner apprentices at the time? Did you go to a particular barracks and attend a particular apprentice school?
Yes, that's correct. I signed my oath to join the military in Brisbane, in Spring Hill. From there, I was put in a Hercules and flown to Victoria to join Latchford Base, Bonagilla Army Apprentices School. And that happened on the 7th of January 1985.
And Mr. Hose, there's a picture being displayed now. Is that a particular platoon of a particular company? And we can avoid using the actual particular descriptions of those units, but is that a particular platoon of a particular company you joined at Bonagilla, at Latchford?
Myself and Sergeant Mountain are displayed in that photo, along with 17 other recruits that were a part of my platoon, which was the part of a company and a part of a battalion called the Army Apprentices at Bonagilla.
And the sergeant you mentioned, Sergeant Mountain, was he to become a particularly important person in your early life in the Army?
Sergeant Mountain had a huge impact. On my development to becoming a soldier and to having the qualities required to serve the military. He was an exceptional soldier himself, and he accepted nothing but the best from his platoon.
And what about the first 3 months? As I understand, that was initial training. And how did you feel about those first 3 months? And I imagine that those 3 months were spent being drilled, amongst other things, with Sergeant Mountain in charge. Can you tell the Commissioners a bit about those first 3 months?
The first 3 months was strictly military training, where we bonded as a platoon, and we still have relationships today, all these years later. They were cemented in those first initial weeks of training, and having passed out from that 3 months into the broader apprentice trade training section following that 3 months, we had built up the skills to conduct ourselves as soldiers in a trade training environment.
I'm going to ask the operator to display 2 paragraphs at the top of page 4 of your statement, which is once the trade training commenced. So is it a fair summary to say that at the end of those 3 months of initial training, things were going well? Is that right?
That's correct. I had made very good use of those friendships, and the legacy still stands. With the initial training to turn young men into soldiers, and something I'm very proud of to have achieved.
And Mr. Hose, I just want to ask you now about the basic
cut the feed for that and the usual orders be issued.
the year's all right, but particular class. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Hose, please do go on. And I was just asking about the general cohort system of...
So when I joined in 85, the first 3 months I was separate from the rest of the battalion, which included a class of apprentices that were before me, and there was also a second class that were there at the apprentices school for a third year. So there were 2 cohorts of apprentice seniors at the apprentice school when I was there in 1985.
And just pausing for a minute and reflecting on the fact that you're only 15 years old, did that put you in the very youngest sort of age bracket even for your class?
I was the third shortest and the second youngest out of all 3 years, the date that I joined
Yep.
at the apprentice school.
And in these paragraphs of your statement, you describe the effect of entry into that broader group that you've described of the battalion with the seniors there as well. And can you tell the commissioners a bit about the impact on you, what you experienced and what you felt about what you experienced as that period, that first year in the apprentices school mainstream began?
During the basic training, there was obviously a pecking order in relation to size of soldiers and the way we were dressed in a platoon environment. But when I continued on after that into the trade training and started living side by side the seniors, it was like an explosion of hierarchy, I will call it, where everyone seemed larger and bigger, and they had right of way in relation to the youngest, newest apprentices.
And did you in particular get pigeonholed in any way?
Being the smallest and youngest, I was impacted heavily by bullying and harassment of a physical, verbal, way that that was very terrifying and upsetting.
Yep. And did that escalate over time, that mistreatment that you're describing?
That treatment did escalate during the year, right up to the stage where I was attacked in my room and I was preyed upon in my room, and that had completely destroyed my ability to sleep and to comprehend the day-to-day soldiering that had to continue for me to become a tradesman.
And you've described in your statement, Mr. Hose, that there were senior apprentices and other junior apprentices in the same building and in the same barracks. However, the attack, let's call it an attack that you're foreshadowing there, actually was at the hands of somebody you hadn't seen anywhere on the barracks and didn't see afterwards. Is that right?
The attacker was unbeknown to me. I hadn't recognised the man in the apprentices school before I was attacked, and I believe that he was of someone outside of the barracks that I was staying in.
Yep. Now, I just want to give a warning to viewers who are looking at the web stream that the text in Mr. Hose's statement that we're about to display is very confronting and graphic. It is being displayed because it's important to understand these things, and it's important for Mr. Hose to be able to explain these things. But I'm not going to ask you, Mr. Hose, specifically to give verbal evidence or oral evidence about those details, but we are going to display them. So viewers who would be impacted by graphic descriptions of sexual violence should now look away and don't view the web stream for the next few minutes, please. Operator, please display paragraphs 28 to 32 on page 5. Now, without going into the details, Mr. Hose, there were multiple occasions on which an intruder broke into your room, and you believe a partial explanation for how that happened that you learned after the last event. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I had suffered on multiple occasions, and on the third occasion, fearing for my life, I thought it was a do or die experience, and I rushed the assailant, and he ran out of the room and he dropped an object which I came aware after showing peers, a small piece of yellow plastic that was used to unlatch a locked door and to become the victim of the attack that I had experienced.
And did you form an impression about whether that plastic had been used before?
When I asked my peers the following morning of the third attack and showed them the piece of plastic, they instantly recognised what it was, and they showed me how it was used to break into my room or any room. It was a well-worn piece of yellow plastic with frayed edges, and I assumed that it was because it had been used many times and that there was possibly other people that are being impacted by this type of behaviour.
Thank you, Mr. Hose. Operator, please take down that text. I'm just waiting for that text to come down and then I'll indicate to viewers. Right, if we just take down that page, thank you. Viewers, that is no longer being shown. So you're free to return to the webcast. Mr. Hose, why didn't you report this?
During the year, as these events unfolded, on several occasions, things were brought to the recruit's attention about the impacts of speaking up against your peers. And the brutality would only escalate. And I believed that if I had have brought up any allegations against my peers, that I would have been impacted by even more horrendous and horrific attacks.
And there's a expression you use to describe one of the forms of mistreatment, blanket bashings. What were blanket bashings?
People that spoke up about their peers had their rooms broken into, and several other perpetrators had pillowcases with cakes of soap in them, and in the middle of the night your blankets would be pulled over the top of you and you would be flogged senseless by the cakes of soap, called a blanket bashing.
Now, I'm going to ask the operator to display a paragraph in which you describe how you suffered from gynecomastia and how this arose. I'm going to ask you to explain to the commissioners how it arose and what happened as a result of it. Firstly, what is gynecomastia?
Gynecomastia is a swelling of the breast tissue, and it can be brought on by the impacts of the vessels being crushed so horrifically in the nipples that tumours and cysts are created in the breasts, where the proper flow of blood is hindered due to crushed vessels, with pain and swelling, and that I seeked help to have those removed because of the severe brutality that I had experienced at the apprentices school in the first year of my soldiering.
So when you were describing to the commissioners, putting aside the sexual assaults in your own room, when you were describing to commissioners how there'd been an escalation in the mistreatment that you'd suffered, included amongst that was physical injury to your breast tissue. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. After the basic training, the escalation started with being taken out of and running errands for seniors. It escalated further into being locked in a cupboard and abused, up until when I was held down and physically pinched on the breast tissue and told to whistle or I will lose it, or told to say the word uncle. And that if I spoke up about that treatment, there was only worse things that were going to be happening to me.
So you went to the medical staff, did you?
I went down to the RAP, which is the Royal Aid Post, and I spoke to the medical staff there, who were aware of gynecomastia and that it is also a part of the puberty process, but I did not reveal the harassment and bullying due to the fact that I would be set upon even worse. So I disclosed to the medical staff how I'd received the injuries for fear of being impacted worse.
Did they ask you about what might have caused the gynecomastia?
No, they did not ask me about that. They just said that it was from puberty and that it was a part of something that happened to young men.
Now, there was a surgical procedure you underwent. How did that arise? Did they recommend that?
After I had severe bruising and pain, each impact more terrifying, resulting in me asking for surgery to take place to remove the pain and swelling, and hopefully that would have removed the impacts of the treatment that I was being subjected to.
And I won't ask about any individuals you spoke with. We'll just use the expression medical staff. But did medical staff seek parental involvement in that, to the best of your knowledge?
No, they did not. To the best of my knowledge, that's how I remember it.
All right. And so you asked for surgery to remove the swollen tissue?
That's correct.
And they then arranged that, did they? They, the medical staff, arranged
The medical staff arranged that. I went to a hospital, had them removed.
And how old were you?
I was 16 years old.
And what were the effects after the surgery and indeed to the present day?
If and when the photo comes available,
All right,
not only did it impact me physically, it left me disfigured, and it also left me desensitised in that area.
And I'll just ask Mr. Hose, you mentioned the photo. So in a few seconds, the photo will appear. Operator, if you can make arrangements for that to happen. And that will show the effects of the surgery in recent times. That's a photo taken in recent times. It's still showing the effects of the surgery. Is that right, Mr. Hose?
That's correct. As you can see, I do not have any nipples. They were removed during the process, and it's left me up till this day still disfigured and wearing the scars of the treatment that I had been impacted by.
Okay, now I'll ask that the operator please show paragraph 36 of Mr. Hose's statement on page 6. And in this paragraph, you refer to what was going on in your mind in making that decision or making that request. Did you think that there'd be a reduction in the bullying and the mistreatment as a result of the surgery? Is that why you made that decision?
I thought it would reduce the abuse and that I felt safe at the hospital where I couldn't be attacked in my room and I couldn't be bullied in the hospital.
After a time, did you leave the hospital and go back into the mainstream of the apprentices school?
After the surgery, I was recuperating back at the aid post on the Bonagilla barracks, and then I was returned back to the barracks to continue my trade training.
Okay. Now, I want to ask about how obvious it would have been, in your opinion, to your peers and even instructors that you were being generally mistreated. I'm not including in that the actual sexual assaults in your room, but the general mistreatment that you've described and the bullying. And you deal with this in paragraphs 38 to 40 of your statement, and also 41, which is over the page. So that's at the foot of page 6 and over the page to page 7, please, operator, and we'll just have that displayed while Mr. Hose addresses these matters. In your opinion, was it obvious? Would it have been obvious to your peers and instructors that you were being bullied?
Being the smallest, I was looked upon as the weakest link, and I had been abused in front of my peers, and that I had hoped that the abuse would stop after this occasion, but unfortunately that did not stop the abuse.
And in fact, our supervisor was one of the perpetrators of the bullying, is that right? We won't say what rank and particular role.
Yes, that's correct.
And just if we now go to your second year, how did the second year start? Again, we won't refer to the particular rank and role of the person in question, but you had an interaction right at the start that stuck in your mind, is that right?
The very first day back after my Christmas break, returning to the apprentices school, I was walking back into my barracks and I came across a superior, and the first words he spoke to me was, "Are you still here?"
What was the effect on you of those words?
Those words are still with me today, where the superior wasn't asking me whether I'd had a great break, whether I was going to have a good new year. It was straight for the negative, and on hearing those words, I knew that the position that this man held, that he was also aware of the people and the treatment that was going to be continued for the second year.
And did it continue?
Yes, sir, it did.
And Mr. Hose, just focusing on two aspects of your performance, your military appraisals, they had been, I infer, reasonably good after your initial 3 months training. What had happened to your military appraisals after this first year and then into the second year?
Unfortunately, my standards started slipping due to my lack of sleep and my mental health. I believe that my appraisals, although they were still reaching a pass mark, they weren't of the highest standard that my sergeant had brought me to the standards that I thought I would be able to maintain, and that I was aware that my performance was slipping in all areas in relation to that.
And you mentioned your lack of sleep. Did that date from the incidents where the perpetrator broke into your room the year before?
Right up until today, I still have trouble sleeping as I lay in bed at night waiting for a door to unlatch and be set upon. I am seeking mental health treatment for that, and I am in recovery from that, but it is still with me as it happened on the day.
And just skipping forward quite a long way in the chronology, in relatively recent times you've obtained help from a psychiatrist, is that right?
That's correct. I've been seeking help for my issues since the start of last year.
And is there a formal diagnosis of what you're describing?
The doctor and the psychiatrist are in conference that I am suffering from complex PTSD.
And just going to the other dimension of performance, your trade skills performance, and the operators kindly showing your military appraisals there. We'll ask the operator to display the next paragraph that refers to your trade skills performance. What happened to your trade skills?
My trade skills became very erratic, and I was very, very rough on the equipment and damaging a lot of equipment to continue onto the skills that I needed to get a pass mark.
This didn't go unnoticed by your peers, did it?
No, that's correct. At the end of 1986, I was given a peer award called the Butcher of the Year, which was in relation to damage of equipment to get the tasks completed for my trade.
And I'll ask the operator, yes, thank you, operator. You've kept the award that you were given that your peers created, and you have sort of complex memories about this plaque, and you've kept it. Can you tell the commissioners your feelings about this plaque and about what it represents?
I believe in my own mind that the erratic behaviour and damage was a way of signalling that something was wrong inside, to the point where my peers also had noticed the erratic and damaging of equipment, where they went out of their way to make an award for someone who was impacted, unbeknown to them why I was behaving this way, to the point that they presented me with an award.
And there were other ways in which, on your account in your statement, what you'd been going through found its way into your behaviour. And can you tell the commissioners a bit about some of the other ways in which you reacted to what had been occurring to you? For example, tattoos, piercings?
That's correct. During my second year, I got my ears pierced. I got tattooed, and I had started taking substances, and that impacted on my career.
And just to pause there, tattoos and piercings, although in the general community might pass without any remark, in the army, what's the disciplinary and cultural issues around tattoos and piercings?
In my mind, for someone who wanted to be a 20-year man, going outside of the skills and training that the platoon sergeant had set me for was a way of showing others that I was heavily impacted by what was going on, and that I received punishable restriction of privileges and various other forms of penalty, including having to wear a large pink earring for 1 week around the apprentices school with 700 other apprentices. You could only imagine that impacted me with verbal abuse, physical abuse, something that I just could not manage.
Was the pink meant to denote something in particular so that you'd attract more negative attention?
At that stage of my military career, I was well aware that homosexuality in the forces was not allowed, and that wearing a pink earring made me stand out as someone that could be in that environment, and that obviously set abuse awry onto me after that.
Now, I just want to ask, back to the sleep, the effects of you not being able to sleep deprivation, that also had a particular outcome on one occasion. What was that?
Laying awake night after night, still not knowing whether I would be attacked again. I was well aware of Reveille time and to report for Reveille roll call. On this one particular occasion, I had overslept or just could not drag myself out of bed at the right time. Turning up to the Reveille roll call, where my platoon were chastised and berated because of my wrongdoing. After that, I was cornered in the stairwell by my peers and punched in the face for my actions.
And had the platoon received some collective punishment as well?
They were just verbally berated by the platoon sergeant at the time.
Yep. Mr. Hose, the experiences that you've just described, can you tell the commissioners the subjective impact that had on you and your thoughts, and where did they lead? If you can avoid describing, please, anything to do with the method by which you attempted to take your life, and just skirt around that issue if you please. But if you could just describe where your thoughts were leading you at that point in your life in 1986.
Having impacted all these things, I had turned to drugs and suicidal tendencies during that time.
And did you actually attempt to take your life?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And you masked the truth about what had happened on that occasion, did you? To try to, when at the last minute you averted the worst and you didn't end up taking your life, did you then take steps to mask what had happened, to conceal what had happened?
That's correct. I forgave the truth to the medical people for fear of being impacted by my mental condition, and that I disclosed the truth about the accident that I tried to take my life.
Thank you. Now, you went to Bulimba Army Barracks in Queensland in 1987 and 8 and achieved your trade papers in 1988. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were stationed from 88 to 89 at 11 Supply Battalion in North Brisbane. Is that right?
Following on from the end of 88, in 1989, I was detached from Bulimba Army Base to 11 Supply Battalion in 1989.
At this point in your life and career, can you describe your mental well-being or your mental health and well-being? Were the experiences you've already described still impacting you? How were you feeling at that point in your life and what were you doing?
I had sought to self-medicate with drugs, with steroids, and with alcohol in a debilitating way, and that brought about the end of my military career shortly in the following year of 1990.
And what was the process by which it brought about the end of your military career? And if you can describe that separation from your unit, 11 Supply Battalion, and explain to the commissioners how that impacted on you, please.
Once I was formally charged with marijuana possession, I was detached from Bulimba Army Base and sent to an isolated discharge cell at Enoggera Army Base, away from all of the people that I had bonded with. That separation left me feeling alone and for no one's support, and that process only furthered my mental health.
So just pausing there and then going back over the preceding 4 to 5 years. There'd been bullying and harassment. Now, perhaps the actual sexual assault wasn't known to many other of your peers, if any, but the bullying and harassment was. There'd been the drop-off in your military appraisals, drop-off in your trade skills to the extent that you were given a peer award, a mocking award of signifying that. Did anybody in the army hierarchy contact you to ask you what was happening and if you were okay and to offer any sort of support?
To the best of my knowledge, that's a no.
All right. And then if we I'll just ask the operator to display paragraph 62 on page 9 of Mr. Hose's statement. I just want to ask about the experience of being put in the isolated discharge cell, which, as I understand it, isn't an actual room, but it's called a cell, but it's more like a barracks. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And later in your reflections, you return to this, but did you consider seeking mental health help at that point? Was anything offered to you?
To my knowledge, there was no one there to support me or help me. However, in the paperwork I was given, there was a number to ring, but I wasn't capable of bringing forward any of my story at that stage.
And I mean, it's a long time ago and it was just in the paperwork, but you did notice there was a number you could ring. Do you know if that was for legal help, medical help, both?
I think it was just a counselling number that I could speak to someone if I wanted to.
Counselling help. Yep. And were you given a lawyer during the discharge process and the disciplinary process?
No, I was not.
Did you ask for one or were you offered one?
No, I did not.
You weren't even offered a lawyer. Is that your recollection?
To the best of my knowledge, I wasn't offered and I didn't ask for one.
Yep. Now, so after a period in that isolated discharge cell and a period of disconnection from 11th Supply Battalion and others whom you had a connection with, so that period of isolation, you were just discharged from the army, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you understand that to be a dishonourable discharge?
Yes, I did.
And I know this is difficult, but if you want to, just explain the impact of that on your relationship with your father, please do. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. And the same goes for any of these other questions I'm going to ask you.
My love to serve for Queen and country comes from a deep respect of the people that went before me through the traditions of Anzac Day and through my own father's wartime experience in Vietnam. I was so traumatised and medically incapable of revealing the truth to my father about what had happened to me, and that the dishonourable part impacted my relationship with my father in the years following my dishonourable discharge from the military.
And I mean, I certainly won't ask you for detail, Mr. Hose, but are you able to summarise life from that point until the recent past? If we perhaps take life from that point of dishonourable discharge through to your most recent, the last time you tried to take your life, which was in July 2020, which, as I understand it, was on the very anniversary of your father's death. Briefly, how would you describe that journey you've been on?
after the date I got dishonourably discharged, I turned more heavily to drug abuse and mental and self-medicating, which had a severe impact on the community and the relationships, to the point where I have been separated, I have been unemployed, and I had a belief that the only way I could return to my family was after committing suicidal attempt in 2020.
And something's turned around in your life since July 2020. Can you tell the commissioners about your journey since, in particular, March 2021?
After the impacts of what happened to me in 1985, I was segregated from my faith, which had huge impacts for the rest of my life. Coming forward in March 2021 and revealing my story has allowed me to start the recovery process, where I have returned to my faith, and by speaking up at this commission, I am trying to help any other survivors and veterans with the work that the Commission's doing into defence veteran suicide.
Thank you. And have you made a report to the Ombudsman of the events of 1985?
I have with me a 7-page affidavit of the impacts of the nights in question, and I have made, through advocacy, arrangements with the Veterans Affairs people to let them know these impacts.
And your doctor, your GP, has been assisting, and you're liaising with a psychiatrist, is that right?
I have built a strong professional support unit around me since disclosing my story, and I am still receiving treatment. And in the November of 2021, I undertook a 4-week course in regards to post-traumatic stress disorder, and I believe that the trajectory that the doctor and the psychiatrist have got me on, it will help me return to a point where I can continue on in life.
And you're seeking support from Open Arms, is that right?
Initially, the Open Arms people were very, very helpful, and I no longer need their counselling services at this stage because I have moved to independent psychology and consultancy and drug and alcohol counselling to assist my recovery.
And are you in touch with Department of Veterans Affairs, making claims or a claim from DVA, is that right?
I have an advocate supporting me from Western Australia, and I have made claims through him to the Veterans Affairs people.
You're still waiting on reimbursement for that course which you're claiming, is that right? That course in November 2021.
Unemployed and financially struggling. I put 4 weeks accommodation on my visa card, hoping to be reimbursed back in November, and I am still struggling financially for repatriation of those fees.
Now, I want to ask about your reflections on your experiences and your journey and the impact they've had on you. And in your statement, you have a section called Reflections. I'll ask that be displayed. And then you have a section called Dedication. And I'll ask that to be displayed after we've gone through the reflections. So, operator, please display on page 10, paragraphs 71 and 72, reflections. And Mr. Hose, please identify one of the key issues that, reflecting back on your experiences, causes you concern and which you'd wish to see done differently for people in the future.
During the process of becoming a soldier and forming an unbreakable bond with my drill sergeant, when it was time to be discharged, there was a disconnect from being able to reconnect with those people. And I believe someone who had such a strong impact me in my initial career would have also had a strong impact on me on discharge. And I believe that that would have been something that the military could use to help men who are discharging from the forces for whatever reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Hose. And dedication, there are a couple of the names here that we won't display because the people concerned, I understand, are Aboriginal people, but we're going to display the other names of people who've been significant in your life and who have now died, but are very, very important people in your life, Mr. Hose. And I'll ask for paragraph 75 to be displayed. And what do you want to say to the commissioners and to the Australian public on this topic of the people who had such influence on you?
The names of the people on the board are all deceased. May they rest in peace. Some are family members, some are close friends. And I'm not able to share my story of the truth of Kyle Hose with these people, but I'd like their families to know that their love and support has helped me come forward so that I could reveal the truth about my life.
Thank you, sir. Just finally, I'll ask the operator to show that beautiful family photo and for you to be able to say whatever you wish about that photo of your close family.
That's a photo of generational hope of a grandfather, of his children, and of his grandchild. That photo gives me the belief that I can rebuild the respect and the trust that I had broken during my years of drug and suicidal self-harm. And I believe that if my children can become parents themselves, that there's still hope for me to make a recovery where I can be involved in their lives with that level of respect and trust back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hose. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Hose, for telling your story, the truth of Kyle Hose, as you called it, and congratulations on your recovery journey to date. I just wanted to ask, you gave an account of leaving a loving family at the age of 15, which is still quite a tender age, and going off to Army Apprentice School, and you obviously had Sergeant Mountain there initially who provided a sense of guidance and direction, and obviously also some sense of security. I'm just wondering, given that there were, a whole host of 15, 16, 17-year-old boys amongst that group of apprentices, what arrangements there were, in essence, to provide the guidance, security that a family environment otherwise may have provided? Was there anything in place that kind of, in a sense, replaced the family that you had left?
During my initial training and in the very first few months of my career, there was a support person called a nan man, and he was often a padre or a chaplain. And I believe that that was really the only supporting person to turn to for support of that nature. However, when the opportunity came, there was a huge amount of peer pressure put on people who had religious beliefs, and because of the impacts, I had turned away from my faith and was not able to reconnect with God up until May this year, where I was saved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you also, Mr. Hose. Was there anything you regret not being able to turn to Sergeant Mountain when you started experiencing problems? Was there any particular inhibition against you doing that? But had you moved to a different unit and he wasn't so readily accessible?
management.
Yes.
Do apologise. I think we're just in time.
Yes, be so ordered. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could make the usual order in respect of any reporting in that matter.
Yes.
Following the attacks, where I was able to get short glimpses of the perpetrator, during my military training, we were often taught how to use camouflage to break up a silhouette. However, the highly trained drill sergeant made me very well aware of the silhouette process.
We need to perhaps interrupt the feed there as well.
Okay, if we could just interrupt the feed again for that.
And the
But
usual
I think
order.
I've worked out now how you can identify him as a senior apprentice. Thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add in respect to that answer?
Having seen the perpetrator across the parade ground, I made a beeline for the man who was standing next to a non-graduating apprentice of my intake who was known to me, and he introduced me to that person. So I know the name of the perpetrator and I know who he was from that day onwards.
Thank you.
Mr. Hose, I have no questions. I just want to thank you for coming forward, for speaking up, and we can only guess how hard it's been for you. But it is valuable and it will certainly inform the Royal Commission's deliberations. And again, all I can do is thank you for your courage in coming forward. Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioners. If Mr Hose could please be released from his summons. I believe you're now going to have a short break. Perhaps it'll go for 10 minutes from now, so the start time will be more like 11:35.
Yes, you're released from the summons to appear, Mr. Hose, and again, thank you. And we're going to have a very short break now. Thank you. We'll adjourn.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 11:35. Guys? The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Morning, Mr. Connor.
Commissioners, before the witnesses are sworn and affirmed, might I tender some documents? Operator, might you display the tender list, please? Might you proceed through to paragraph 58, item 58, please? Commissioners, there's an item, a small element within that that's been redacted. It's a name that's been, or a title that's been redacted, and there's it's based on a claim for parliamentary privilege.
Public interest privilege.
Sorry.
Did you say public interest privilege?
Parliamentary privilege.
Parliamentary privilege.
Commissioners, you'll see that that travels through to item 89. I tender that those items, that 1 to 89, but on a confidential basis. The Commonwealth has indicated that they wish to make confidentiality claims concerning these documents, and that is a process that's being undertaken at present.
Do you have any submission about whether we should receive them on that basis provisionally at this stage?
think it's convenient to receive them on a confidential basis until we've
Identified the reasons for the confidentiality.
yes, what
You
items
Are you
are.
happy with that?
Yes,
Mr.
we are.
Fordham?
My instructing solicitors have sent a list with what's being claimed. Some of these documents have been added reasonably recently. I can tell you that a lot of them are non-SES personnel within the department whose names we're seeking to keep confidential. There's also an issue about some third parties who appear in research documents who we're trying to identify whether they're non-SES personnel or genuine third parties at the moment. But we'll get to that as soon as possible.
And does this cover the issue of parliamentary privilege too?
No, the document that's been referred to, we understood was not going to be... sorry?
I can address that, Commissioners. The two documents that were that are the claims for public for being subject to parliamentary privilege. The one is a component of item 58 that I've referred to. The second does not appear on the tender list.
Okay.
It was appreciated beforehand that it was...
And as to the one which is part of item 58, what's your submission about it?
I haven't yet seen the redactions, but I expect that I'll have no difficulty with those redactions.
Okay, well,
When my friend looks at it, it's the name of a committee
all right.
from within Parliament.
Well, if necessary, we can rule on that later.
So they're to be accepted as confidential exhibits at this stage and allocated the next numbers.
If the Commission please. Commissioners, I call Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey. I call Major General Natasha Fox. I call Major General Wade Stothart, and I call Mr. David Morgan.
Mr. Morton, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Rear Admiral Sharkey, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Major General Fox, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give... Major General Fox, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Major General Stothart, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Rear Admiral Sharkey, I understand you have served as a medical officer in the Royal Australian Navy for more than 25 years.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've held a variety of positions, initially commencing in the field of submarine and underwater medicine.
That's during my time
Right.
in the military, yes, in submarine underwater medicine.
Now, since 2007, you've also served in senior leadership roles, including as a Fleet Medical Officer, Director of Clinical Services in Joint Health Command, Director General of Navy Health Services,
Yes, that's correct.
Director General of Garrison Health Services,
Correct.
and Director General of Health Business and Plans in Joint Health Command.
Yes.
Now, I understand that since December 2019, you became Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Forces.
Yes.
And how long have you been Commander of Joint Health Command?
Since December 2019. It was at that point that I was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral and posted into my current position, which is dual-hatted as the Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force and Commander of Joint Health Command.
Thank you. Major General Fox, you've been serving in the Australian Defence Force since 1988,
That's correct.
and you've been in Forces Command.
That's correct.
You've been in Joint Logistics Command.
That is correct.
You've been in Special Operations Command.
That's correct.
You've been in Training Command.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've been in the Defence People Group.
That's correct.
Now, I understand that in December last year, or perhaps February this year, you've been appointed Deputy Chief of Army.
That is correct. It was February this year that I formally took over the role.
February this year.
That's correct.
And before that, you were the head of People Capability.
That's correct.
Sorry, Mr. Connor, could I just interrupt? Could I ask the General to bring her microphone forward so that we could hear a little better? Thank you.
Now, how long were you in the Defence People Group?
I was in Defence People Group for 6 years. So from 2016, I first posted into Defence People Group, and then I left Defence People Group on the 10th of December 2021.
Now, would you just... there's three elements, as it were, or perhaps divisions within Defence People Group. One is people capability. Another is people policy and culture.
That's correct.
And the third one is people services.
That's correct.
And you've been involved in people capability.
That's correct. It was People Capability Division.
Would you mind just speaking very broadly for a moment about the people capability? Did you say division?
That's correct.
What does that do, that division?
It's a division that is responsible for workforce planning for the Department of Defence and the Australian Defence Force. It then is responsible for recruiting into the Australian Defence Force. And then it is responsible for defence member and family support, which incorporates family support programs, incorporates transition services. It is also responsible for the Sexual Misconduct Prevention Response Office, SEMPRO. It chairs the Military Justice Steering Group on behalf of the Vice Chief of the Defence Force. And it is responsible for administering the Religious Advisory Committee to the services. It is also responsible for administering the Defence Families Australia organisation. It also has a small team, the Veterans Support Branch, which is a small team that it also is responsible for.
Thank you, Major Fox. Now, Major General Stothard, you were in the infantry and you were operation deployed on a number of occasions.
That's correct.
How long have you been with the Army?
Since 1987.
You've also undertaken a series of senior leadership roles, including as Staff Officer Policy to the Chief of the Defence Force.
That's correct.
Director General Career Management Army.
That's correct.
Director General of Army People Capability.
Yes.
And that was prior to the joint body, was it?
Prior to appointment as the DG of the Joint Transition Authority, yes.
Right. Now, you became the DG of the Joint Transition Authority.
I did, yes.
Now, the Army People Capability, how does that fit with the People Capability division?
Each of the services, Navy, Army, Air Force, will have a personnel area which is responsible for the posting, career development of its people, and that was the career management role that I fulfilled. The Army People Capability role is the part of the Army that liaises with Defence People Group, specifically for its Army workforce, for policy, the connection to the recruiting agency, the connection to the transition system. So it's the part of Army headquarters that links to the Defence People Group, specifically concerned around the Army workforce.
Thank you, Major General. You also currently serve as a Commissioner on the Military Repatriation Compensation Commission.
I do.
And how long have you been in that role?
Since December last year.
And you're a member of the Department of Veteran Affairs Research Board.
That's correct.
And how long have you been in that role?
Again, since December last year.
Major General Fox, did you have those roles before Major General Stothard took those roles?
Yes, I did. And I'd just like to add that the Joint Transition Authority sits under Head People Capability Division as well.
Thank you.
Omitted that previously, sorry.
Now, Mr. Morton, you've been long involved in community health and mental health.
Yes, I have.
What estimate would you put on the time period so far?
33 years.
33 years. You initially did a Bachelor of Social Work and then postgraduate studies in public sector management. Is that correct? And you've been with the Department of Defence or Department of Veteran Affairs since about 1989. Is that right?
That's correct.
During what period of time were you with the Department of Defence?
I was initially with the Department of Defence from 1989 to 1991. And then I was with the Department of Veterans Affairs up until 2010.
And what roles did you hold in the Department of Veteran Affairs?
Initially, my role was as manager for what was then called Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service for South Australia. While still in that role, I also worked with developing the first Department of Veterans Affairs National Mental Health Strategy towards better mental health. I then also went on to take a national role that was development around alcohol management programs and strategies. I then progressed to becoming the first Director of Mental Health for DVA, and then took on the role as National Manager for Vietnam Veterans Counselling Services from 2004 through to 2010.
And the Veterans and Veterans Families Counselling Services was now known as Open Arms?
That's correct.
Now, and you returned to the Department of Defence in 2010 or thereabouts?
That's correct.
And what roles have you undertaken or occupied in the Department of Defence?
So I have been, I was recruited into the role of setting up a new branch, which was Director General Mental Health, Psychology and Rehabilitation, which had been established in response to the outcomes of the David Dutt Review. I was in that role as Director General in about 2017, following a realignment within Joint Health Command. I became the Director General for Health Policy Programs and Assurance, while still maintaining a responsibility to the Surgeon General and Defence for mental health reform in the ADF.
Thank you. Now, Operator, might you display document DEF.quadruple9.0001.0263? This is known as DEF 8. We might refer to it in that way. It's the Defence Department's response to a notice to give information, and we'll call it number 8. And it principally concerns the recommendations of the Productivity Commission and the recommendations of Dr. Boss in the interim report. The Productivity Commission's report was released, I think, on the 27th of June 2019, and I think the interim report of Dr. Boss was released in September of last year. Now, might you display that document, please, the text on the document? Sorry, just come back to the first page, please. Now, might you, Rear Admiral Sharkey, indicate, did you have a role in the generation of this document?
Yes, together with colleagues across the department who had a shared responsibility for compiling the content
Of this document?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the document, the response dated 25 February 2022? Yes. Now, Major General Fox, may I ask whether you're involved in the development of this document?
Yes.
Major General Stothard, may I ask you whether you were involved in the development of this document?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Morton, may I ask whether you were involved in the development of this document?
Yes, I was.
Now, is there anything that you've noticed in this document that needs to be changed since it was submitted, I think, on the 25th of February 2022?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
I'm not aware of any changes that were made.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Operator, might you display STU.quadruple0.0002.7513? Might you expand that document, please, Operator? This is a document prepared from a table from the AIHW, that is the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and this was a response dated 4 March, and it's response to question 1 of the notice to give, which was referred to in the evidence of the officers of the AIHW who gave evidence, I think on Wednesday of last week. Now, one sees here, this is numbers of those who have died by suicide, deaths by suicide, from the AIHW data. For the transcript, I'll just say the reference, AIHW.quadruple9.0001.002. Now, just go to the bottom of the document, please. Thank you, Operator. So this displays in the number of deaths by suicide within the Defence Force of 211 year by year from 2000 through to 2019. Just would you mind going back to the top of the document, please, Operator? And this is both permanent in the permanent forces and the reserve forces. And then one sees the number in the ex-serving population. Now, I might, we don't presently have information about deaths by suicide, number of deaths by suicide of permanent and reserve forces prior to 2001. Do you have any information about the numbers of deaths prior to 2001?
I might start,
Yes.
Mr. Connor. The Defence Force has been collecting deaths by suicide of of members who were serving full time at the time of their death since about 2014, but from the year 2000 up to current serving. So, and we collect that data and maintain that in the Defence Suicide Database.
Yes.
We don't reliably have information that precedes that. So the most reliable information that I'm aware of in Defence relates from the period 2000 to current, as it relates to permanent individuals who died by suicide and were serving full time at the time of their death.
Now, that the Defence Suicide Register, that's prepared within Joint Health Command, isn't it?
That's correct.
Now, and that was commenced, I think you mentioned, in 2014?
I believe it was
Or thereabouts?
Yes, if I may, it was started to be compiled in 2014, but we looked back to 2002 to actually start the count from there. But it began being compiled from 2014 onwards.
So if we come to 2020, how many deaths by suicide do you know of in 2020? Or has that not been looked at?
No, it has been looked at. So we keep, as a death unfortunately occurs, we make a record in that Defence Suicide Database, and we identify it as either a confirmed or suspected. And most times when a death is first recorded in there, it clearly is identified as a suspected because a confirmation has not yet been received. So the numbers for 2020 are known. I would have them available. They're not coming straight to my mind at the moment. I hesitate to not give you an inaccurate number. But I am aware that the numbers of deaths from January 2001 to today's date is 155 in total of serving members.
155. So that is that 26 months, 27 months?
years.
No, that's 155 from January 2001 through to 10th of March 2022.
So that's
the full number of names on our Defence Suicide Database.
Sorry, that's the. It's not the numbers in those years. It's the total.
It's the total number
over
that period of time.
So, over those 3 years, or over the. Could I just come to the bottom of this?
It's serving members over 22 years, as I understand the evidence.
Yes.
So the total has gone from whatever is at the foot of this page. If you wouldn't mind going to the foot of the page, please, operator.
So the foot of the page says 211, but that column is identifying permanent and reserve.
Yep.
And our Defence Suicide Database records permanent serving members only.
Only?
Yes.
And that doesn't include reservists?
We have not been automatically including reservist deaths because we can't reliably understand that we would be informed of the reservist deaths in order to be able to include them on the database.
Now, is there some document that explains how the Defence Suicide Register was established and operates?
It would be available in a number of documents where we have described the way that we would both develop and maintain the database. So the answer is yes, there is.
So there'll be a document concerning what was initially done in 2014?
There would be a record that we started compiling the information in 2014, and there then would be the actual document in which the database was maintained. Those documents would be there and would have been updated regularly since 2014.
And what are the sources of information that's being used to compile the Defence Suicide Database?
So sources of information will run from the notification that would occur through the health system of a serving member's death. We would also look at information from PM keys to be able to identify such things as the PM keys number of the deceased person. We would from that look at the information about date of service, date of death. So we would use the health system, and we would also use the PM key system to help populate the database.
And coroner's report.
And eventually, when it becomes available, a coroner's report, which might take some years down the track, would then give us the information that indicates that it's no longer suspected but confirmed, or in actual fact it's not a confirmed death by suicide.
Do you have, what are the categories that end up in the final settled version, as it were, of the Defence Suicide Database?
To be able to give you a full list of the categories, I would probably need to look closely at it for you, but they would include such categories as the name, the rank of the serving person, their date of entry into service, their date of death, and it would also indicate whether they had, from our records, been on operational deployment or not on operational deployments.
When they,
as an example of the range of categories.
And that is, they died whether they were in operations or on deployment? Is that what you're saying there?
No, I'm not being that specific. I'm in fact saying that whether the person had at any stage been on operational deployments, as a number of people have, and other people who have died by suicide have not participated in operational deployments. That is a category that we would identify on the database.
And you would know whether the person died when they were overseas or not by suicide?
That would be aware from both the health information and the personnel information that informs the database.
Has the system that underpins the Defence Suicide Database been modified since it was established in 2014?
Yes, we have modified it. We've modified it to include some of the items that I've just described, such as whether the person had been on operational deployment. We've modified it to be able to capture as best we can at the time that we're putting the information into the database, the means by which it appears the person has died. We also modify it as a result of being informed at some stage whether or not there is a coroner's decision as to whether the death was caused by suicide or not.
Did the IGADF, the Inspector General, inquire into each of the deaths on the Defence Suicide Database? Or can't answer that immediately.
I'm unable to answer that without actually being able to check the database. So I wouldn't be able to answer that for you right now, but there would be at least some of the deaths recorded would have been part of an IGADF inquiry.
But not necessarily all of them.
I wouldn't be able to answer whether they would all be part of IGADF inquiries right at the moment.
Now, what is happening presently in relation to deaths by suicide in 2020 and 2021 and 2022, is the IGADF looking at each of those deaths by suicide?
I think that's a question for the IGADF.
Yes.
But don't you know it from the defence suicide database?
I object to this. These witnesses, had they been asked to prepare this topic, would have. They've been brought for a panel, they've had a conference, none of this was raised, and they've been ingesting an enormous amount of information in response to requests to answer questions about what this panel is about. And this is going into a level of detail, and it's frankly unfair.
I'll withdraw that question, and this can be further explored by way of notice to give concerning the Defence Force suicide database and the remains within that, and so proceed from there. Thank you very much for telling us what you do know.
If it helps my friend, that's already been answered in the first notice to give.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. Now, there is, sorry, just in relation to the Defence Force, the Defence Suicide Database, you provide that to AIHW, that database?
Yes, we do.
And does AIHW come back to you and say you're missing some of the deaths, or what happens there?
It is. It's been a regular circumstance since the production of the AIHW reports that following their analysis and the publication of the report, they will advise us about any of the recorded deaths that we have on our suicide base that have either resulted in them identifying that, in fact, it is confirmed and not only suspected, but we have also had circumstances where they've advised us that we had something identified as confirmed. The coroner's result has indicated it's not a suicide, and we have therefore adjusted our database accordingly.
Mr. Morton and the Surgeon General, were you each involved in the process of developing the Defence Suicide Database?
I was the Director General of the branch at the time that it was being developed. I didn't personally do it, but I was the branch head at the time that it was being developed.
Now, it doesn't go back past before 2002. Is there some reason for that?
In actual fact, the Defence Suicide Database goes back to January 2000.
Right.
So that's where our Defence Suicide Database is recorded back to. There are different dates that the AIHW report goes to that are more a requirement, a restriction because of other data that is provided to them to enable them to align deaths and personnel management data.
Now, just to 1999, take that year, what's the difficulties there in taking the Defence Force suicide database back before 2000 into those years?
Can you repeat the question again, please?
You told us that the Defence suicide database, initiated in 2014,
yes,
contains information concerning deaths by suicide back to the year commencing 1 January 2000. what's the difficulty in going back before 1 January 2000?
I can only say that to best answer your question, I can only say that at the time of 2014, what appeared to us is that the period of time from which we felt confident that we could give the most accurate information was in fact from the period of January 2000.
So far as you know, there's no information within the Department of Defence concerning deaths by suicide prior to that time?
I object to that question. It is
I
not what the answer said.
I withdraw it. Now, is there any other collection of information that you know about concerning deaths by suicide prior to 1 January 2000?
So I can offer some information that may assist you, but I don't have detail of it.
Thank you.
So if I can assist you with it, it is that during the course of the information that was being provided to the Interim National Commissioner, it became known that in the Joint Military Police Unit, JMPU, there had been a body of work undertaken to review their data that would help them understand the number of deaths that may have been by suicide back as early as I think 1965. Now I haven't looked at that data in detail, but I understand that has in fact became obvious during that period of time in the most recent years.
Now, does that body of material go by a particular name, or you don't remember that?
I don't have a title for that body of work, but I'm aware that the body of work was part of information that was available when the Interim National Commissioner was looking at these questions.
Thank you. Now, there is a process whereby the Department of Defence provides information concerning deaths by suicide to AIHW. I'll just ask you a few questions about that process. Operator, might you display AWW.00001.00021. Commissioners, this is the preliminary report from Dr. Boss from September last year. Operators, might you go to .0305. Operator, might you display, this is on page 285 of that document, might you display paragraph 10.56, please? Dr. Boss says you become aware of difficulties these departments have in providing information from their own systems that deal with important suicide risk factors. And then DVA says, have you altered the systems in ways since the Dr. Boss's report? That is the suicide risk factor monitoring systems.
Is my friend cross-examining the defence panel on the DVA response recorded in somebody else's document?
It didn't sound like that to me. I thought he was asking whether there have been developments since this.
Because if that's the case, I'm just wondering why we've been taken to that passage.
It's introductory, Commissioners. I'm asking about defence, I'm asking, the question is, since the September 2021 and Dr. Boss's interim report, whether there have been changes to the information
I'll allow
systems,
the questioning to continue.
whether there have been changes to the information systems within Defence concerning the identification of and monitoring of risk factors for suicide.
So I'll certainly do my best to try and help
Thank
you
you.
understand it. I might just clarify with you, if I may, though,
Yeah, certainly.
and that is, are you meaning changes that have occurred to the Defence Suicide Database, or are you referring to a broad range of information that would relate to informing about suicide risk factors?
I'm referring initially to the first.
Right. There has been no changes to what we refer to and call the Defence Suicide Database itself. There has been no changes. There has been no changes to any other information around suicide risk factors since the report, but there has been work that has been initiated over the last couple of years through Joint Health Command to work towards getting a better understanding of the sorts of presentations we see and the factors we see in suicidal behaviour. And that work preceded the Interim National Commissioner's report.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Now, what form does that take? Just want to speak very broadly about that initially.
So the form that it has taken so far has been in 2017, following the National Mental Health Commission report into suicide prevention. We started undertaking some further analysis at a very preliminary stage of the sort of information that we would have available through our Defence electronic health system that would help us understand suicidal behaviour presentations to the healthcare system. That started at a very preliminary way in terms of trying to gather information on a simple Excel spreadsheet. Having spent about 12 months starting to look at what is possible, we then did some work to look at how we could get more consistency on the sorts of coding that occurs within Defence Health System to give us more consistency of how presentations were being recorded. To support us to understand better how external systems were being developed outside of health in relation to suicidal behaviours, in 2020 we pulled together a special expert working group, and they produced for us over about a 6-month period some information and observations about the sorts of data that Defence may have, and also the sorts of data that Defence may require in order to develop a more sustainable suicide behaviour monitoring system. And that work is in progress.
And there's been a series of documents, as it were, prepared for that process that could be provided by Defence.
There has, and I believe some of those documents have already been provided.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, in providing information to the AIHW by the Department of Defence, it seems to be important that there's no delay in the provision of that information. No unnecessary delay.
Yes.
Do you accept that generally?
Very much so.
Yes.
Now, there has been, I think I'm correct in saying this, we've heard some testimony from the AIHW witnesses that they requested material from Defence in November 21 to do the year ending 31 December 2020. And Defence have not yet provided approval for that request. So, is that
It is true that AHW presented what they call a data custodian request in November 2021. It is also a fact that the Surgeon General has in fact signed approved a data custodian request for data to support the provision of analysis for the AHW National Annual Suicide Monitoring Report. There are some reasons why it took that time, which I'd be happy to give you some explanation for if that's what you would like.
just a short explanation and, please.
So we've been providing AHW data from the Defence Suicide Database and also from the PM Keys management system since the annual suicide reports were initiated. I believe back in the first report was 2016. So we have always provided that data. And we have always provided it in a timely manner that enabled the reports to be made. When it came to November 2021, the AHW during the course of the preceding 12 months had been working to support the Interim National Commissioner to look at the data of the incidence of suicide and suicide factors. As part of that work, there had been a request for not only the Defence Suicide Database, but also data relating to broader defence health and transition data, which had not normally been the case for the annual suicide data reporting. It was purely provided because of the purpose of the Interim National Commissioner's report. In the November request from AHW, they had included the request not only for the Defence Suicide Database, which was required to update the annual report, but also this additional data, which had never been required to update the annual report. That additional data is data that in actual fact will continue to be a point for discussion because it was being identified as being used to support the broader DVA Veterans Research Program. We were able to work with AHW over the last few months to separate those requests so that we could more readily provide the information that would allow them to update the annual suicide data report, and that's in fact what has now occurred.
So that tranche, and then there's a second tranche
Yes.
of material. Now, what about the 2021 year? If there was a standing request from AIHW concerning the first tranche, couldn't that be provided now?
There is a timing issue only in terms of being able to, for AHW to receive the information. So they have not requested, the data they've requested most recently is for the year 2020. That's the data that we've approved for signing off. They haven't requested data for 2021.
If they did so now, that could be provided within a couple of months, couldn't it?
There's no difficulties in us providing the data that's on the Defence Suicide Database for the year 2021. It is already there. It has not been requested, and under the normal circumstances of AHW's cycle of working, we wouldn't have expected to receive a request for that year at the moment.
Now, all right, do you know, to your knowledge, is AIHW being funded for its work on the 2021 year at this stage?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that. It's an arrangement, contractual arrangement they have with DVA.
Operator, might you display DEF .000.001.0263.0282. This concerns Commissioner Boss's recommendations 17.4. My apologies, the Productivity Commission's 17.4. Now, so the Productivity Commission, as I've said, issued its report, I think, on the 27th of June 2019. And this was a new veteran mental health strategy. Commissioners, the whole of the recommendation is not included here. I'll display that shortly. There are really a number of components to the recommendation. I'll see if I can find the number to display the whole of 17.4 to you. Now, operator, might you go to INQ.quadruple0.0001.2216. Operator, at page 229, please, operator. 229, sorry, dot 2294, please, operator. Operator, might you display recommendation 17.4, please? So the Department of Defence, with input from the Prime Ministerial Advisory Council, should urgently develop a new single strategy for veterans' lifetime mental health. And then it goes on to, should cover these 7 items there, and then suggests an oversight process, an external oversight process of this new single strategy. Before we come back to the response, operator, might you display DF.0001.002.0490. Now, this was launched in October 2017, according to its... That's correct?
Yes.
Now, and this is titled Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy, 2018-2023.
Yes.
And it's preceded the Productivity Commission recommendation by 8 months or so.
Correct.
Now, operator, might you display page 6 of that same document. Now, and display the first paragraph, please, operator. So, am I correct in saying this, that there's this was the strategy document, this is the one we're in now, and underneath this document, as it were action plans for the Army, the Navy and the Air Force?
Yes, and for other groups within the department.
Other action plans?
Yes, such as Defence Family, it was then Defence Community Organisation, the Defence People Group, and of course Joint Health Command.
Joint Health Command as well?
Yes.
Now, they don't, operator, might you display DEF.0001.0001.0908. This is the Navy's Mental Health, Wellbeing and Resilience Action Plan.
Yep.
Now, were these released around the same time as this strategy document, that is October 2017?
No, my recollection is that they were not released at the same time as the strategy. The strategy was released and developed as an overall framework under which the action plans would be subsequently developed.
Now, you don't know offhand when each of the action plans that you've referred to were released?
I don't have it in my head. Would you like us to provide that information to you?
In due course, thank you.
Certainly.
Operator, might we go back to the to display the Department of Defence response concerning 17.4, Productivities recommendation 17.4. Operator, might you display ._9.0001.0263 at .0282. Operator, might you display the top section in blue, or develop a new single strategy for veterans' lifetime mental health. Now, Defence had released a strategy in October 2017, and then action plans, and then for the entities that, or elements that you've identified, but there's been no new single strategy plan. Is that correct, between Defence and Veterans Affairs?
It is correct that there is no single strategy at present.
Now, you'll notice the word urgently there. It's not really correct to say that the Departments of Defence and Veteran Affairs have moved urgently to develop a new single strategy for veterans' lifetime mental health, given that it's suggested in answers that to 2A and 2B that you'll get a single strategy by 2024. Do you agree with that?
I agree that we've indicated that there would be a single strategy by 2023, 2024. And if you would like me to, I can give you some explanation as to how that came about and why that was the case.
I've understood I think I've understood what you've written in your response, and will allow you opportunity to explain. But with there's been no, it hasn't been done urgently, has it? this single strategy?
The production of a single strategy hasn't been done in the way that it's been you're describing urgently. However, there is a series of actions that both departments have undertaken, both in the development of our own strategy in 2018-23 and in the department's subsequently updated strategy. There was a significant amount of work that was done to align the approach, the strategies and the objectives to be consistent with covering off the areas of a lifetime approach that recognised a journey from recruitment through to transition. You can see that demonstrated in our strategy as early as 2018, and as part of the development and the update of the Department of Veterans Affairs strategy, we were significantly part of the consultation process to ensure that those were aligned in both the strategies.
Now, so the proposition is there's alignment of the DVA. Is that your basic proposition there with the defence strategy?
I'm saying there is alignment in the elements of the strategies with each other. Yes.
Now, the DVA, you refer in the answer to question 2A to the Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy and National Action Plan 2020 to 2023 released by DVA.
Yes.
Now, that was released in May of 2020.
Yes.
That is nearly 11 months after the Productivities Commission recommendation 17.4. So why wasn't a single strategy adopted?
If I may, I would, to explain that, I would need to give you some background about our own strategy, if that's okay.
It's your own strategies. You've issued that in October 2017.
Yes.
You've got a series of recommendations out of the Productivities Commissioner's report. There's no reworking, as it were, of the Defence Department's May 2017 strategy and action plans when presented with the Productivities recommendations. Isn't that the case?
I'm sorry, I would need you to just, could you repeat that, your question in that, please?
My apologies.
Yes, thank you.
You have, in October 2017, you have the Defence strategy released,
Yes.
together with some action plans at some points thereafter concerning elements within the Defence Forces. Now, in June 2019, many months, 15 months or so after the Productivity Commission's recommendations, you have the strategy released in Defence Strategy 2017, October, and then the Productivity Commissioner recommendations in June 2019. Now, you've not adapted the Defence strategy or action plans in the having regard to the recommendations of the Productivity Commission. Is that correct or not?
I don't think it's, your description of it isn't consistent with the way that I would describe the work that was undertaken to both align the strategies and the reasons why it was viewed as necessary to continue with the life of the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy when the DVA strategy was updated. And I think this is where it goes to me being able to provide you some explanation as to, from a defence perspective.
Yes. We know that the DVA action plan is May 2020.
Yes.
Which is, again, nearly a year after the...
Yes.
So we've got two things happening there. One is, what is the response of Defence to the Productivities recommendations? And we've got the October 2017 strategy and then action plans, and no apparent immediate response. And then the second thing is we've got then the DVA, its own strategy, being released in May 2020. Now,
the only thing that I can offer you to help assist with an understanding of the actions taken around the strategies is that the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy, if you look at its population that it was serving, is a broader population than that of the Department of Veterans Affairs at that time. So Defence had progressed to develop a holistic strategy that was inclusive of not just our ADF members, but our Australian Public Service personnel as well. That segment of the population is not part of the Department of Veterans Affairs strategy, and that was acknowledged. The consultation that goes into development of a strategy of the significance and complexity of the Department of Defence meant that we had started our consultation process for that in early 2016. To recognise the consultation that would need to occur to progress towards a single strategy, of which both departments during the process of consulting on the updated DVA strategy both recognised the value of progressing towards a single strategy requires being able to address the range of different populations that both departments serve in relation to their mental health strategies.
Now, this is not going to emerge until 2024.
I think that is dependent on, potentially dependent on a number of outcomes, but the work to achieve it is that Defence will initiate from June this year the consultation process for its next strategy. We would do that in a manner of working towards the development of a single strategy with Department of Veterans Affairs. And from past experience, we would indicate that it would take us about an 18-month period to be able to look at the development that occurs. That said, much as we experienced in 2017, we had completed our strategy in early 2017, but we in fact delayed its finalisation and its release to incorporate findings from a number of activities at that time, one being the National Mental Health Commission review into suicide and some other inquiries and reviews. I would only suggest that the development of a single strategy will also benefit from the outcomes of such work has been undertaken by the Royal Commission as well.
Now, Rear Admiral Sharkey, have you got any observations to make on this territory about there's an apparent, unless you treat urgently in a very extended sense, it's not happening urgently that there's a single strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. I think my observations of it would be, and I accept the definition of urgent has not been achieved in what has been presented as our evidence in terms of the development of the strategy. What I am aware of is that there was significant conversations and deliberations across the departments in relation to meeting the intent of this particular recommendation, and reflecting on the finding that underpinned this recommendation was also the observations around the currency of the Department of Veterans Affairs strategy at that time, and that updating that was a matter of urgency, which, and I'm not here to give evidence for DVA clearly, but insofar as they did update their strategy, I guess our department's consideration was that an element of that had been met through the delivery of that strategy, in addition to deliberation of our own very recently released strategy in defence that met the intent and the items that are identified in this Productivity Commission recommendation. So the intent was delivered in addition to a commitment between the departments to align the life of those strategies with a view to working towards a single strategy in 2024.
Now, you all, do any of you take any issue with the principle, the kind of fundamental principle of whole of life well-being for defence and veterans of the Australian Defence Forces?
Mr. Connor, we have actually worked and aligned 7 wellbeing factors. Those wellbeing factors are social support and connection, health, housing, education and skilling, respect and recognition, employment and finance and income. Defence and DVA have aligned those wellbeing factors over the last 12 months and are looking at now in a transition ecosystem sense, the linking our work much greater and also seeing where we might have some gaps in our services that we offer. For example, when we looked at those lifetime wellbeing domains that we have, we had looked at financial literacy and income support, and we understood in Defence we have a small team that does financial education. That's the Australian Defence Force Financial Services Consumer Centre. They deliver financial literacy education from our ab initio training, so from our initial training and recruit, and at various other points through career, and indeed into some units, and indeed when personnel are deploying and when they're leaving. What we also found in that transition, when we look at those wellbeing factors across our human security framework lens, we found that once a person leaves Defence, there was nowhere that they could reach back to for financial counselling, so a financial hotline, so to speak. So we worked with the Bravery Trust to establish a trial that occurred for the last 12 months to establish a financial services or financial counselling hotline where people could ring up when they were in financial stress to seek assistance. So that's just an example. We know once we've aligned our wellbeing domains across the lifetime wellbeing of a member's service, we can now map different services where we know there might be gaps and where we need to improve those services for the lifetime of a person. The health strategy actually refers to, well, the health and wellbeing strategy actually refers to fit to fight, fit to work, fit for life, which is an early concept in that 2017 framework of a whole of life health focus. But the Productivity Commission 2019 report was the first report from a defence perspective where we started to look at whole of lifetime wellbeing. That's now actually captured in our defence corporate plan, so we can align all our services down throughout our career in providing a whole of life wellbeing framework, not just focusing on mental health, but understanding that whole of life wellbeing has these other domain factors that we should consider.
Operator, please display INQ.quadruple0.0001.2216 at .2264. This, Commissioners, is the Productivities Commission recommendation 4.1. And might you display the top section of 4.1, please, Operator? Now, one sees probably 4 sections within this recommendation. I'll just allow you to read it. This is the overarching objective of the veteran support system should be to improve the wellbeing, taking a whole of life approach. And then the next sentence really turns to how it might be achieved, and 5 items are listed there. And then if you could proceed down to the next section of the document, the principles that should underpin a future system are. And then the final section refers to objectives should be set out in relevant legislation. Now, one sees reference to in the Productivities Commission to this very, very important idea of taking a whole of life approach, and that goes from first introduction to a member, of course, and the recruitment process right through, and integration of the whole process. And so now, what's holding up the generation of an integrated process, a whole of life process between defence and DVA, and why should we have to wait, that is the members and veterans, till 2024 for an integrated system?
Mr. Connor, I don't believe that Defence, in its work with DVA, is waiting until 2024. We provide a comprehensive health system for members during their service. There has been and is ongoing substantial streams of work across both departments that seek to improve the experience around transition, ensure that the very comprehensive health system that we do provide in service, that to the extent possible we are ensuring that members who do transition can be provided the health support that they need as they transition to different types of service or out of service completely. And there are a number of initiatives in the joint transition space, but also in the health space, where we have and are seeking to improve the connectedness of those services to ensure the safety of those individuals that undergo that transition process. The system absolutely is not perfect, and through the lived experience testimony, and we have certainly heard stories and acknowledged that it has not been everybody's experience that is the case. But the department is not waiting for a strategy in 2024 to solve that. The strategies that we have in place at the moment, we have worked hard to ensure that they are aligned and reflective of the Productivity Commission recommendations and other recommendations, and work continues constantly across both departments to ensure that we are strengthening those systems, learning from experiences, and putting improvements in place.
Now, just to take a single instance, I noticed that the Department of Defence will pay for one GP consultation for a member leaving the defence to go into civilian life. That's the position, isn't it?
So that is one initiative.
Is that a 15-minute consultation?
No, it is a consultation that I believe, and I would need to check, is at least 60 minutes and could be 90 minutes depending on the needs of that individual. It was a deliberate initiative that seeks to ensure that transitioning members have the opportunity to establish a clinical relationship with a general practitioner of their choosing, or of one that we can match them with, in their location that they might be relocating to in that transition process, to ensure that we can do a warm handover of the clinical needs of the individual who is transitioning. And it seeks to complement the already existing initiative that DVA fund for in terms of the veteran general practitioner check, and also the once a year for 5 years program that DVA also funds. So it seeks to complement that and provide an opportunity for us to ensure that our members have the chance to establish a clinical relationship with a civilian practitioner.
Now, one consultation seems a little bit difficult, so with respect to achieve a proper handover from perhaps a long military experience to a GP. You don't agree with that?
I object to that question because there are so many variables that could undergo an individual's...
I withdraw the question. You have a system now where there's one GP consultation that the Department of Defence pays for as the person emerges from the Defence Forces. Now, are all the clinical notes from the Defence Force made available to that GP?
Yes, Mr. Connor. Every member of the Defence Force who is transitioning from full-time service can have access to and get a copy of their full medical record through that process, or at any time prior to them deciding to transition. The transition health process does two things. One is ensure the individual has the opportunity to get a full, comprehensive, complete record on a USB of their entire health history. It also, through the separation health examination process, we generate several artefacts, including a clinical health summary, a letter to a GP, that enables a more practical transmission and generation of artefacts that are useful to a member in attending an appointment with a civilian GP or with any other external or specialist health practitioner that they may need to see in that process. Because we recognise that in the clinical interaction, for a member to turn up with multiple tomes of health information is not always a practical or useful form of health information, and a health summary that gives a short, succinct, contemporary, current status for the member is also a very useful artefact for members to have.
Do you provide both the summary and the clinical notes?
That is correct.
And do you allow the GP some time to peruse the notes?
Well, that is subject to the consent of the individual patient who, is able to control who they give permission to access their health records.
Now, how is a real, effective, integrated, whole-of-life system going to be implemented within Defence and DVA? Rear Admiral Sharkey, might you address that first?
that's quite a broad question, Mr. Connor, and I just need to think about how I might answer that. But I think at the fundamentals, that there needs to be a strategy for, and we are, as we've discussed, developing a strategy that is based on contemporary best practice, health and wellbeing programs, that's informed by current research that informs the elements of that strategy. It requires ongoing collaboration and communication and work between and across the various stakeholders that are involved in providing supports around our uniformed members and veterans as they transition across their continuum.
Yes.
There are, no doubt, and this is subject of some of the content that we're certainly discussing through the Royal Commission process, and that will become evident, barriers that we need to continue to identify and address in ensuring that members trust and feel confident and can access the services that they need when they need it throughout that process. So I think the short answer to your question is that it is going to require continued work in investing in research, in understanding those protective and risk factors that are at play in this space, understanding the behavioural science between the frictions and the tensions that exist across our systems, and that natural tension about a wellbeing program versus a compensation construct, and how that plays out across our systems, and a commitment by both our departments but other government agencies as well, to ensure that we are appropriately resourcing and prioritising programs and initiatives, to continue to improve the system.
Does anyone else have any additional comments on that?
Mr. Connor, I do, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
We have been working with the Department of Veterans Affairs for quite a period of time, pre-Productivity Commission, in terms of passing of information to DVA. DVA now understand who everyone is that joins the Australian Defence Force, and that's been occurring since 2016. They also understand everyone that is leaving the Australian Defence Force. Not all members who leave the Australian Defence Force will be a client or necessarily draw on services of DVA, but DVA know who they are should they choose to do so. We also are working very closely through our scheduled arrangements in terms of regular meetings at senior levels, working group levels. We have members of both DVA and Defence on one another's committee arrangements to improve the sharing of information. And we also have an ongoing technological solution that is still being implemented, because there's some complexity around our systems that are quite old, how we can do pushing of information through the systems to alert one another of information about a service member. We also have DVA now come on to our defence bases and present at our junior recruit schools, and there are times set available where members can create a My Service record, so that they instantly, right from early joining Defence, understand what DVA are about and the services that may be offered through DVA. Further to that, and as a consequence of a trial that was held in Holsworthy, we have expanded services where veteran support officers are on bases across Australia now, where members can be referred to veteran support officers, or the commanding officer might refer a member to a veteran support officer to understand and seek further information about DVA services. So not only are we aligning our wellbeing factors more than just health, we're aligning our passage and sharing of information, and we're not saying it's perfect by any stretch of the imagination. We do have some complexity in our systems. They're old, and so we don't want them to break, and the information and data arrangements need to be secure in the passage of that information. But we are aligning as much as we can to make it more seamless between the two departments to support the member and their family when they join and through their career and when they leave Defence, with DVA and Defence working together around those issues.
Does anyone,
Mr. Connor, thank you. Look, previously you asked the question, have any of us taken exception to the whole of life concept? I think that's what you asked.
Yes.
Look, on the contrary, can I say I fully agree with a whole of life wellbeing approach. I think that the wellbeing model is more than just health and mental health. General Fox described it is wellbeing domains, housing, education, and I think traditionally, notwithstanding the tragedy of some of the lived experience testimony evidence, Defence has taken a very much a welfare command approach to our teens and making sure that they were cared for, supported, housed, medical provision, and looked after in a holistic way. But the wellbeing domain model that has been recommended in the Productivity Commission report is very comprehensive, and as is a whole of life approach. And that's not just Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs. That's the Commonwealth Super Corporation. That's other federal government agencies. That's state government agencies. When you think about all the services that are available to a citizen of Australia, including our veterans, that is an ecosystem approach, which was also a concept given to us from the Productivity Commission. We already have direction in our department that says we will take a lifetime approach and wellbeing approach. It does need to be strategy-led. We need to do the planning, and we need to understand how we're going to link to other parts of the ecosystem as recommended by the Productivity Commission report to ensure that we can provide lifetime wellbeing across every domain. In terms of prioritisation, from my perspective, having previously been the Director General of the Joint Transition Authority and just recently taken over as Head People Capability, our focus is on health at transition. And they are the areas that we're moving on to ensure that we are looking after the wellbeing domains at that transition point and increasing our connections with DVA and other elements of the ecosystem to ensure that it is a smoother approach, a more connected approach, a strategy-led approach. It is not perfect, but we are working hard on it.
May I ask you a general question? Do you include negative feeling states within the concept of well-being?
Can I offer some advice? Very clearly, when one looks at health, well-being from a health perspective, one of the benefits of taking a lifetime approach to well-being is that we recognise that people can still be ill and have a sickness, but in actual fact still aim to and actually have a sense of well-being about how they go about coping with their life. So in actual fact, the lifetime well-being supports such an approach and prevents us from actually seeing people as either ill or not ill, and that being the defining factor. So this is a good move for veterans, it's a good move for any individual in the Australian society, to have something that in fact incorporates something that says you may well be experiencing illness or sickness, but your sense of well-being is still an important consideration in terms of your quality of life.
I think the Commissioner's heard evidence that about half or so of the people who've died by suicide in Defence and veterans, and just the population generally, may well not have an illness recognised as such.
Sorry, may well not have.
An illness.
Not have an illness.
So What about the negative feeling states within those people? Is Department of Defence attending to those people?
I would say that there are a number of ways in which we are, through the various awareness education programs that we run around health and wellbeing, but also by the progressive work that's been done to in fact look at the incorporation of wellbeing concepts and behaviours within personal command, leadership, individual responsibilities, that looking at all of that in fact does go to address some of that sense of that negative sense. But it does identify that that's a possibility for people and help them to cope with those situations as well. And for the system to be more alert to how the system can prevent those things from occurring or respond to those things occurring with a focus on improving wellbeing.
And if I might add, I think there are a couple of other things just that I thought worthy of mentioning in answer to your question. Is Defence seeking to understand those that haven't presented with a health issue. The very nature of our health system is built around a very comprehensive health screening and occupational health screening continuum for our members. So what that provides is very regular opportunities for individuals to touch base with the health system when they're well, and specifically in order to detect whether or not there may be subsyndromal issues or emerging health problems that members aren't aware of or haven't declared themselves. So I guess that is one point to make. The other point that we would make is that, through recent research programs like the laser resilience work, we have, and others that David might be able to talk in more detail about, but we do understand that there is a trajectory and a continuum of unwellness and subsyndromal opportunities that there might be within the continuum of somebody's service opportunities that we might be missing. And so that has triggered some further work in the WATCH study that we have underway that seeks to look at not just within the health system some of those opportunities, but also within the workplace, the command system, and within the family unit, seeking to identify opportunities that we might be missing or might be able to leverage in order to identify even earlier where somebody might be on a trajectory from illness, from wellness to illness, and do the early intervention.
I noticed that in the Defence Health Manual that you classify risks of suicide into low, medium and high. Hasn't the literature moved on from that approach?
Yes, it has, and it's taken a more holistic approach, which is one of the reasons why, from Defence's point of view, we have looked to engage and broaden out our approach to suicide risk assessment, suicide risk education, the cultural and social factors that relate to suicide risk by engaging with the safe side suicide framework, and we've initiated a course of work over the next three-year period to incorporate the safe side framework into and adapt it to the defence environment, because it provides more of a whole of person, a whole of organisation and a whole of cultural response to the issue of preventing suicide and identifying suicide risk.
I've seen edition 1 of the Defence Health Manual.
Yep.
I've seen elements of that only.
Yep.
It seems to be in 3 volumes.
Yes.
Is it being updated on a regular basis?
Yes, it is. We have a health policy system that regularly updates, so it prioritises and updates that health policy framework. The 3 volumes are organised in terms of higher level, enterprise level policy statements through to sort of more operational standard operating procedures in volumes 2 and on to 3. So there's a sort of hierarchy of policy statements, but certainly we have a range of expertise that input into that policy update to make sure that we're translating the latest research into our policy framework. As it relates to the particular chapters in the Defence Health Manual that relate to suicide risk assessment, I think I understand that they were probably most recently updated in about the 2018 timeframe. But as Mr. Morton had mentioned, we have engaged through a contractual relationship with SafeSide in order to incorporate that contemporary approach to suicide risk management, and naturally those policy parts of our policy manual will be updated in due course.
When can we expect that those parts of the Defence Health Manual concerning suicide, self-harm will be updated in the Defence Health Manual?
So we would expect that over the next 3-year period, as we introduce SafeSide, that a component in that will be also aligning suicide policy. The point that I would be making, though, is that an examination of the suicide management, suicide risk assessment policy does in fact still identify a focus on being able to look at the range of risk factors that occur for somebody, both at an individual level, at a social level, at a workplace level, and therefore the incorporation of all of those will still continue. One of the reasons that we have selected the SafeSide framework to introduce is that we believe its approach is one that is compatible with and needs to be can be adapted to the military environment by pulling together all of the elements that we have been progressively developing over the last number of years. So we would expect a trajectory over the next 3-year period to be focusing on changing policy, changing programs, and then basically looking at this sort of overall implementation of that.
But we've got this Defence Health Manual as an operative document daily for the psychologists, the clinical psychologists, the medical practitioners, the psychiatrists to have access to. And yet you're going to have to wait for 3 years for this to be updated, is that?
Well, we don't wait for 3 years for it to be updated. The current policy, in fact, responds very well to guiding clinical interventions, to guiding command interventions, to guiding ADF members to be able to report suicide risk in its current form. What we're looking at is strengthening those areas and broadening those areas out. But currently, I would suggest that the level of suicidality that we see and our response to suicidality is demonstrated through the application of things such as the policy in the Defence Health Manual that actually goes to supporting the rate of suicidality that we see within the Defence Force.
Now, do we expect some amendment to this in the next 6 months? The suicide elements of this or not?
We would expect that we would be continuing to review the policy as we look at the further development of the SafeSide framework. We would also look at the work that we have done on trying to develop a lived experience framework, which in fact began in 2019, when we invited Roses in the Ocean to come in and consult with us on helping us understand the way a lived experience framework could be adopted and adapted to a defence environment, that the implementation of that at the same time as development of SafeSide will allow us to ensure that at a policy level and at a program level, we will be incorporating lived experience members and families to inform policy development and program development. And it's that sort of contribution that I think will make our existing policy framework even stronger or more improved than it is at the moment.
Now, is it Dr. Anthony Bassani who you've engaged to?
Yes.
And is he commissioned to rewrite this, or what is he commissioned to do so far as the Defence Health Manual?
So he's commissioned to be able to support us to look at the interpretation of the holistic recovery-oriented approach that SafeSide framework promotes and enables, to look at how that can be reflected better in our policy in terms of health policy, personnel and cultural policies and strategies. He's contracted to assist us to look at the education and awareness of ADF members, the information we would give to families, the information available to commanders, to be consistent and in line with those sort of policy changes and objectives. He's engaged to assist us to be able to reformulate and adjust and align our mandatory suicide awareness training and input to other training programs that will reflect the SafeSide recovery-oriented approach. And his engagement will also go to looking at the further training of our health clinicians in terms of incorporating the risk assessment process that operates through SafeSide, and also in terms of supporting education and training programs for command at all levels around their identification and engagement in the conversations around suicide risk.
Rear Admiral Sharkey, you have primary responsibility for the Defence Health Manual.
So I am the technical authority under which it is authorised or released.
Did you write components of it?
No. I don't personally write it. I authorise it and approve its publication based on a process of technical production that has the input of relevant subject matter experts and oversee the governance of the process through which health policy is generated.
Commissioners, I notice the time.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thank you. We'll adjourn till 2 o'clock. Return at 2 o'clock.
The Royal Commission will adjourn until 2 o'clock. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr. Connor?
Thank you, Commissioner. May I ask you just a few short questions about the strategy, that is the defence strategy and the action plans. Now, it says in the May 2021 update from the government concerning the response to the Productivity Commissioner's report that 17.4 has been implemented. Is that really correct?
Sorry, I'm not too sure that I'm in a position to say that's correct, above and beyond the explanation that we've previously provided about the strategies.
Now, you've got the strategy document and the action plans under the strategy documents.
Yes.
Now, how is Defence monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of the strategy and the action plans?
I'm probably best positioned to assist you with it. Within the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy, we identify what is titled the Continuous Improvement Framework, and that's an approach that was initiated during the previous strategy period to look at trying to develop more sustainable approaches to evaluation. When the National Mental Health Commission did its review in 2016-17, one of the findings that came from that was to in fact develop a stronger approach to looking at the outcomes and the impact of programs. Soon after that, we engaged with Phoenix Australia to help us have a look at what a continuous framework would in fact need to look like. The observations that were made was that as Defence, as a complex organisation, as Defence is, and because our approach to wanting to achieve evaluation was to have more than just a health lens on it, but in actual fact a whole of person and a whole of organisation lens on it, that in fact we needed to develop an evaluation framework. There did not appear to be one that existed well as we looked at other international military organisations and other national organisations. We endeavoured to then bring in an organisation to help us have a look at an approach to an evaluation framework. That was in 2019. And most recently, we have engaged in a partnership with the University of Canberra to look at the implementation of the continuous improvement framework. The focus that has occurred so far is that we've put a priority on evaluation of the suicide prevention program, as was a follow-up from the National Mental Health Commission review and the government's response to that. And in addition, we're putting a focus on other initiatives. One includes the overall Defence Mental Health Strategy itself, inclusive of the action plans, and the other area is looking at battle smart and resilience as areas. Our intent is that we would have evaluation outcomes identified at an organisational level, at a program level, and at an individual level to inform the development of the next strategy towards a single strategy with on veterans' mental health. Our discovery at the moment, because it is a continuous improvement framework, is that much of the data that we have collected over the years in relation to mental health and mental health programs has been fit for purpose in that it's essentially been about monitoring and compliance and surveillance. The partnership we've got with UC and under the current SIF is within the first year of that partnership, they've been able to identify that in actual fact, that data only goes some way towards being able to provide an evaluation basis. And so we're currently, after working with them for a year, looking at what of that data are we able to use and what additional data do we need to either develop or put in place to collect over the next couple of years. It was a 3-year program in order to build a sustainable evaluation process that looks at system outcomes, program outcomes, and individual effect. So that's where we are in terms of the process and the implementation of continuous improvement framework under the strategy.
And there'd be records recording where you presently stand?
Yes, there certainly is.
And are they publicly reported at all? Do you know?
They're not publicly reported documents. They are part of the SIF project, and we have an advisory group that the project reports to through to Surgeon General. And then the mental health strategy overall, inclusive of the SIF project, but other activities within that. One of the other changes that we made in terms of the governance of the strategy and the oversight of its achievements was to reflect the fact that we were wanting to take a broader than health approach and put an organisational lens over our activity around mental health and suicide prevention. We in fact progressed to have the governance of the strategy reported through the Defence People Committee. And the Defence People Committee involves representation from across the organisation with those stakeholders who have responsibilities around people management and performance and health. And we report on that. And when I say we, I mean Joint Health Command in terms of the overall strategy, DPG in terms of its elements, and each of the single services report on a biannual basis to the Defence People Committee. So we have, last year we would have reported in March, and we reported again in October, November, as to our progress on implementation of the strategy and specifically around the continuous improvement framework.
Now, speaking of recommendations generally, there have been numerous recommendations that have been made over the years. Is there some system within Defence to take a particular recommendation, analyse that recommendation and consider its implementation and then record what the approach is? Is there some general system like that?
I can talk in relation to recommendations that come to Joint Health Command that might come from, a range of sources, whether that's boards of inquiry or out of Productivity Commission review, etc. Yes. So there is, or in fact IGADF recommendations, there is a process through which those recommendations will be considered before to inform the department's decision around acceptance or not of the recommendations, within Joint Health Command we would manage a tracking system through which those recommendations are managed or implemented, and the timeline for those, etc. So that's how it sort of filters down into my command area. Others might want to comment on.
Mr. Connor, in terms of the Defence headquarters, where it's an IGADF inquiry, there is an implementation plan that is agreed and then signed off to the relevant group or service chief heads who have specific recommendations to implement. And then they are required to report back to the CDF in relation to those recommendations. From Defence People Group, we have a document where we capture recommendations across a variety of reports, and we track the implementation of those recommendations. And when there is approval to close them off, we make sure that we have the documented information management link for that approval and close off.
Thank you. Now, can we return to deaths by suicide amongst defence members? Now, you're not counting the reservists in here. And why was that again?
So our health system does not naturally have awareness of the day-to-day health status, nor of the, we're not naturally connected in order to have visibility of a death by suicide or any passing of a reserve member who works in a part-time capacity within Defence. So we're not naturally connected with the information feeds in order to, with confidence, be able to capture those suspected or confirmed cases of suicide on our register.
Has that been explored at all properly by Defence, doing that?
I object to the word properly.
Has that been explored by Defence?
Well, the explanation that Surgeon General given is the explanation of why it hasn't occurred. One of the advantages in 2016 that we foresaw of supporting DVA and the AHW to develop a national monitoring of suicide deaths was, in fact, we would, as a result of that, become aware of being able to identify those deaths from in reserves that we weren't already aware of, because the AHW were going to be linking with the National Death Index and also the National Coronial Services Index that occurs as well. So we saw the AHW report as a way of making more fulsome the information that we weren't able to access.
Did you fund in part? That's the Department of Defence fund the AIHW?
To the best of my recollection, we have not funded the AHW to undertake that work. Our role has been supportive in being able to provide the data that's required to undertake the actual analysis.
Now, the Defence Suicide Register and reservists and not being able to pick those people up. That's a large, how many thousand reservists are there at any one time?
Sorry, I probably wouldn't have that information.
Our total workforce system is broken into service categories. And it was explained in the first document that we sent in to the Royal Commission. Service category 7 and 6 are our full-time members.
Yes.
Service category 5, 4 and 3 are reservists that undertake service but in different patterns of service. So they might be able to do 1 week a fortnight, 5 weeks a year,
Yes.
whatever their personal circumstances allows them to undertake. Service category 5 though is a more consistent pattern of service over a number of years where they are more career managed in that sense. Service category 3 is more around project work. Service category 4 is more about short notice readiness arrangements. And then we have around 10,000 personnel who are in service category 2 who are not undertaking service that we may or may not know what they are doing at that point in time unless they elect to come back in to undertake another pattern of service. So we have just short of just under 60,000 full-time members, and then we have 10,000 service category 2, and then that's around 20,000, although I would need to confirm
Yes.
the numbers for you. Just over 20,000 undertaking service category 5, 4, 3
Yes.
personnel who may not be parading at a regular pattern of service.
And we're having people die by suicide amongst those two groups. And you know the names of all those people? The Department of Defence knows the names of all those people?
Yes.
And there's no cross-linking into births, deaths and marriages of those people?
No.
Now, why can't you know who's died out of that group?
We would like to know.
And why can't you?
I think the only thing I can offer you on that is that the systems that are set up for the data linkages to occur on that, in actual fact, are those systems that are set up in the AIHW, and therefore that does provide us the opportunity to understand the numbers of people that have died.
But you're identifying people dying within the Defence Forces,
Yes.
dying by suicide within the Defence Forces.
Yes.
And we'll be exploring with you in detail what you're analysing about each of those deaths. Are you analysing them in any detail?
So there are a few things that happen when somebody dies while serving, whether by suicide or other means. The first thing that we do within Joint Health Command is to generate a review of the healthcare that individual had been receiving, or a summary of their health status, a review of the circumstances from a health perspective around their passing. All deaths in service are also, and IGADF would be a better place to confirm this specifically, but all deaths in service are referred to the IGADF for inquiry, for an assessment and an inquiry into that. From a health perspective, we also support that IGADF process in providing, when asked to, a more detailed health summary of the health status of those individuals that pass while serving full-time. As we've articulated, we do record in the Defence Suicide Database a range of demographic data points on the individuals who die by suicide while serving full-time, and that has enabled, and in particular with the work of the AIHW since 2016, has enabled us to learn about some of the factors and patterns, if you like, of the features of those individuals.
Has someone undertaken within the Department of Defence a systematic analysis of deaths by suicide of serving defence members? Is that what you're saying?
Object to that. That's a different concept. My friend was asking whether individual cases were investigated, and now he's switched into a systematic review.
I'll withdraw the question and ask it again. Has there been any systematic analysis of the deaths by suicide of serving defence members carried out by the Department of Defence?
So if I may answer, the reviews that the Surgeon General has referred to go to individual cases. There's not been an overview systematic review of it. We have utilised the benefits of the work that's been produced since 2016 with the AIHW to inform us of the sort of factors that would occur. We've also used some of the individual reviews of cases to help inform changes that we may make in relation to certain policy or guidance that would occur. And we have also used the reviews that we have been able to participate in and benefit from of the suicide prevention review that we did in 2012, and the subsequent reviews that occurred through the National Mental Health Commission review of suicide prevention programs, to recognise more the various risk factors that may occur at an individual and a systemic level, and start to look at the range of programs and initiatives that would help support and address those issues.
Isn't it important at the outset to identify, to do a systematic analysis of these deaths by suicide amongst members of the armed forces?
So there's no doubt that there's an importance to be able to get an analysis. The level of analysis that can occur is affected by the numbers of situations and people that you have available to make sure that a systematic analysis is possible. One of the advantages of the AIHW being able to broaden its population base of veterans back to 1985 has been that it's actually helped get more fidelity around those things.
But you've got someone who dies in 2019, death by suicide.
Yes.
And that person dies in a particular set of circumstances.
Yes.
And what is, you would imagine, the population would imagine that the Department of Defence is interested deeply in why that person died, and then looking to draw lessons from that analysis.
And yes, that is true. And as I mentioned, there is an IG-ADF process that is triggered. And from time to time, there will also be commissions of inquiry or boards of inquiry that occur around the circumstances of individuals who die by suicide. Over the years, many of those commissions of inquiry and boards of inquiry have resulted in recommendations that have resulted in improvement around policy, around the way we have conducted risk assessments. An example would be around the implementation of the no joke policy. So there are several examples where there are learnings, and Defence does actively seek to understand the circumstances at multiple levels. I mentioned, the clinical review process that my team in Joint Health Command conduct, which seeks to understand, are there any immediate learnings that we can detect in terms of system improvement, and then the levels in terms of the IG-ADF or BOI, COI processes go on to more comprehensive reviews from which we would learn.
Sorry, Mr. Connor.
Sorry, I just ask one other question. Sorry, you responded just shortly, please, to the previous question.
So I can continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. We certainly use the AIHW report and the analysis that report does by the demographics of the people that are researched in that report to adjust what we deliver in services in Defence. And if I could point to the AIHW report and the demographic factors around our male population who AIHW originally had talked about at-risk under 24-year-old males with less than 4 years service who were leaving Defence involuntarily, either be it medically or administratively. And we developed a program based off that information called the Personalised Career Employment Program. That was a program that targeted supporting them leaving Defence about primarily how they could, and setting them up to obtain employment post their service. The follow-on AIHW reports did demonstrate to us that that age bracket of 17 to 24-year-old males were not, it wasn't wide enough, and we subsequently, with government approval, increased that population cohort into the program to 17 to 30-year-olds. So we do use the AIHW report to absolutely do improvements into our services for our people.
I'm going back to another point, which is the individual death in a particular year. And we see up to 18 in a year, 5 in some years. Now, what I'm suggesting to you that the Department of Defence should be looking closely at each of those deaths and seeing what lessons can be learned from examining those deaths. Not farming it out to AIHW only, but looking at self. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree, and I guess I would offer again that those individual cases are looked at. From a clinical systems point of view, from an IG-ADF point of view, and from a COI, BOI point of view, there are interrogations into cases that die in service, whether by suicide or other.
So the Department of Defence will have some document containing the analysis of that person's death by suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there are various artefacts or reports and health summaries that are produced to support the processes that I just referred to.
But is there an analysis of what might be salient elements of a person's death by suicide? Is that in a document somewhere within the Department of Defence?
Well, that would be inherent in that case review process. But I would caveat, certainly the process that happens within the health system in terms of looking at the case is limited by, the information that we look at, which is the health information on the health record, and some other demographic information that we might glean from PM keys or that constitutes the Defence Suicide Database.
But you'll have a personal record, won't you, also within the Department of Defence for a particular individual?
Correct.
Yes. You could look at that document, couldn't you?
Yeah, so I think
Mr. Connor, the IGADF looks at the individual circumstances of each death by suicide. And can I clarify, you're asking if there's then, for the potential larger numbers of suicides in service, is there then a report each year that looks at all of them holistically for common factors?
Not quite. One thing is to look, you've got a person who's died by suicide within as a member of the Defence. The person dies in an operational field. I'm sure the Department of Defence explores the circumstances around that death deeply. Now, the Department of Defence itself is not exploring a death by suicide in that same way, is it?
Mr. Connor, if I could, I've just recently seen a document that was generated after an IGADF review of a death in service, not attributed to suicide. And there were a number of recommendations that were made by that IGADF report that required actions across the department to correct a number of areas that were found not to be as sufficient as they should have been in hindsight. So there was lessons learnt and tasking and responsibilities allocated to areas and responsible officers to fix those perceived deficiencies that were identified in the report for that death in service.
Of course, Major General Stothard, but you're talking about the IGADF there, not a process within the Department of Defence itself looking at the death.
CDF is directed those deficiencies to be rectified. So yes, the reviewing authority is outside of the department, but it's made a recommendation to the CDF, who has then directed action inside the department.
Yes, we understand that what you're saying there, but I'm concerned with the Department of Defence itself learning lessons from the death by suicide of a person within and properly exploring the entire circumstances.
I don't know that those things necessarily all sit together, because whether it be suicide or something else, there's been a number of pieces of evidence about the desirability of external review. You've just heard evidence that there's an external review that then gets returned in particular circumstances and acted upon. So I'm not entirely sure this is a fair line of questioning.
Yeah, we'll take it on board, and Commissioner Douglas will say a couple of words shortly, but in terms of what's external or what's internal, I think there could probably be a debate about whether the Inspector General is an external function, being staffed fully by serving members. Commissioner Douglas.
I'd imagine you could cope with the objection by breaking down your questions into individual issues.
Yes.
If I can, I don't want to waste any more time. Do the Commissioners have any questions concerning this particular area?
I think it might be best to do it that way in chunks, if you like, Mr. Connor. So we will ask just a couple of questions.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Can I just seek to understand how you are using the Defence suicide database?
Well, we use the Defence Suicide Database to give us an understanding of, in a practical sense, of the number of deaths that have occurred that are attributed to suicide. That's a fairly fundamental use of it. We also use it to give us an understanding around some of the characteristics, things such as gender, such as whether people have operationally deployed or not. We have also used so that's the suicide database itself. We have also used the reviews that have been described by the Surgeon General on individual deaths by suicide to inform a lessons learned approach. And there are some examples in which we have directly applied learnings out of that. One was mentioned in terms of the no-joke policy, the development of family engagement healthcare policy and family engagement training amongst health providers. One of the sources of that comes directly from one of the reviews that was occurring around a death that occurred a number of years ago. We've also made adjustments to the advice that we provide through the policy that Mr. Connor was referring to earlier, to give more specific and closer guidance to our clinicians around levels of risk assessment as a result of observations and findings that were coming through from reviews of specific deaths as well. So they're just a couple of examples of where we've applied it.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. So can I just ask, has there ever been an occasion where Defence has looked at what's come from the Defence Suicide Database, the Joint Health Command reviews, what's come out of IGADF recommendations and BOI or COI findings, either at an individual level or at the aggregate level? Because you've got multiple sources of potential information, and I'm just wondering whether they actually get put together either at the individual level or the aggregate level.
I don't believe we have. I've not seen an aggregate report over the years of the information that you're referring to. What I would observe is that given the numbers of suicide over a 20-year period, that there are some years where there has been the tragic deaths of serving members at a lower number than other years, and therefore the process of the individual review has assisted us to actually look at making changes as quickly as we are able to as well. But there has not been an aggregate approach.
Sure, I wasn't in any way suggesting that you should do away with the individual reviews. I just thought that might be potential added benefit from an aggregate review at some periodic point, particularly from the multiple sources of information. Can I just ask a couple of other questions about earlier topics?
Certainly.
I just wanted, in terms of the plans for the 2024 joint strategy, that is we're informed to come. What is the thinking about the inclusion of the APS cohort in that? And perhaps it's slightly off topic, but I don't want to kind of hear that we're potentially losing a part of the defence workforce out of the strategy in 2024.
I think it would be fair to say at this stage that a conclusion hasn't been reached on whether there would be a change to that. However, the benefits of having an inclusion of the APS with the Defence ADF members for a whole of organisation approach, the benefits are being recognised and seen. And so therefore, as part of our consultation in the development of the next strategy, that will be part of a consideration that has to be made by the department to reach a conclusion on exactly the point that you're asking about.
Okay. And can I just ask, in relation to the warm handover that we heard about at the point of discharge from service, you did speak about, Rear Admiral Sharkey, you did speak about the USB that provides the members full health record for their purposes. We have also heard previously from GPs who have indicated to us they can't practically use that for a number of reasons, one of which includes security for their own systems. I'm just wondering whether you've actually done any evaluation or received feedback from stakeholders in relation to that warm handover process.
Thank you, Commissioner. We certainly have received feedback, and I'm very aware of the reports and the frustration that has been experienced by our transitioning members and veterans around that transfer of information. And we have, in recent times, as a result of some of that feedback, moved from, for instance, hard copies to CD-ROMs to, more recently, USB-based solutions in order to address that feedback process. The USB, we are keen to ensure that we support the privacy and the integrity of people's personal sensitive health information. The process at the moment includes some security coding that may be on some USBs where we cannot hand deliver a USB of somebody's health information directly to them, in which case there will be a security code put on those. We absolutely appreciate that causes some frustration, and we'll continue to work at more viable solutions around that. Individuals also do have the opportunity to, if they should choose to get copies in hard copy, although that these days is not necessarily all that practical, particularly for somebody who's had lengthy service and might have several volumes of documents. It is also supported, as I mentioned earlier, by the shorter summary version, which is a far more practical health summary tool in the GP context in particular. But we will continue to work at how we might better transfer or make available that information. But at the moment, a transfer digitally onto a USB is how we have optimised that transfer of health information to them. Every single member has the opportunity now to get their record through that means, and we will work on a case-by-case basis with individuals where it hasn't worked or where they might be experiencing some frustration, including with the GP of their choosing who is seeking to have access to that full information.
And can I just ask in relation to that, I mean, I'm assuming that some people may discharge from one location but relocate to another destination post-discharge. Does the time frame for that warm handover consultation process allow for a discharging member to relocate to their final location and for the handover to occur there?
So our policy as written in relation to the GP Connect initiative accommodates 4 weeks prior and 4 weeks after, that sort of time frame for that appointment to be made. But again, on a case-by-case basis, we can accommodate variations to that time frame. That is sort of a working level time frame, through which we sort of aim to ensure that person is connected, so that the health information is fresh in the handing over clinician or treating team's space, so that they are best placed to provide that current clinical information to somebody. But again, we will work on a case-by-case basis to ensure that we can optimise that handover takeover process around the individual circumstances, noting that many people will, as you say, discharge and relocate geographically, and there may be a time frame involved in that process.
Because I suspect 4 weeks is probably a pretty short time frame for people to settle on there.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. I have about 3 questions I want to ask. Dealing with the database question first, how would your record keeping respond to what's happened recently, for example, in respect of withdrawal from Afghanistan of our troops, where there are press reports that the numbers of ex-serving or serving suicides have risen? Would there be anything possible within your system which would allow you to respond to that?
Commissioner, the PM Keys, the Personnel Management Key Solution, PM Keys, has a field contained in it that talks about those people that have been deployed or where they've been deployed in terms of the operation. So we are able to draw reports of the number of people by operation, and if we are alerted to people serving in distress, we can make sure that we've worked to put protective mechanisms around that person. We also are able to indicate to DVA people who are transitioning, who may have served in Afghanistan and may need some additional supports. And if they're in that transition process, we have worked with DVA so that DVA, in a triage sense, can prioritise support to them in that respect. So we have worked for those that are transitioning with DVA to prioritise support. For those that may have died as a consequence of the trauma of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, where coroners have an indication that that person is a veteran, and we have, our Provost Marshal has a relationship through the Joint Military Police Unit with the coroners, that we can confirm that through that PM Keys AHR database.
Thank you. My other questions relate to the ongoing health area you were asked about earlier. We've heard some evidence from a variety of witnesses saying that it's hard to find doctors, general practitioners, even psychiatrists who have relevant experience of dealing with ex-military people or military people and aren't as capable, I suppose, because of lack of experience in dealing with their problems. In a whole-of-life context, how might that be dealt with?
So I might take that question. Thank you, Commissioner. We certainly value in our network, we value the participation of clinicians who have cultural awareness, cultural sensitivity around what it is to be a serving veteran. We have for a long time certainly valued, so I guess how do we optimise it? We're doing several things. One is working with the Department of Veterans Affairs recently around veteran-sensitive practice, and there's some engagement that we've been making with the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, but also with the College of Psychiatrists around veteran-sensitive practice and upskilling of clinician groups in their veteran awareness and military awareness. In regards to our own network of practitioners within Defence, we have and we value the continuity within that network of a range of clinicians, both on base and off base, that bring us continuity and knowledge and understanding in the military context. I am aware that we have for example, 430 psychiatrists that are formally providing services to our defence community from within the number of psychiatrists that are available nationally. And within the College of Psychiatrists, they also have a military network of psychiatrists, and I can't recall the exact name of that network, but and there are some 450 or 445, I think my last awareness was, psychiatrists who are part of that network. So what I would say to that is that we absolutely value the services that those individuals in that network provide to defence personnel. The other observation that I would probably make about that is that not all specialist health requirements that we seek to purchase or acquire for our ADF members has a specific military nexus as well. So it is important that we provide access to the best care for, whatever the specific reason is, and not everything has necessarily a military nexus. So we do value a range of clinicians and some choices within our network of providers that can optimise the access for ADF members to both military-specific understanding, but also, importantly, the best clinical services that are needed for whatever the requirement is for those ADF members. So we value military experience, but we also value some choice and diversity for members to be able to have options and be able to get the best healthcare possible.
And perhaps there are more clinicians or GPs with some relevant experience in cities where there are larger military bases, but one gets the impression that quite a few veterans retire to regional areas where the medical expertise or exposure to that sort of work is much less. Do you have any ideas about how that could be helped?
I think with some of and from a personal conversation point of view, talking to some of my colleagues and reflecting on some of the capabilities that are resident, for instance, in the NACHO organisations and for other groups in the community, there may be opportunities to leverage sort of a similar sort of network of veteran-sensitive GP practices for the broader veteran community. From an in-service perspective, as it relates to us seeking to provide optimal healthcare for our members who may be serving in the military in some regional locations, it is an enduring challenge for us to access the full spectrum of health requirements that they might need during their service in those regional locations. So we have sought to rely on different models of care and innovate our health service delivery model around fly-in, fly-out opportunities, or optimise the access to telehealth and telepsychiatry in particular services. And I would note that the uptake of telepsychiatry within our network has certainly increased over the last year or two to about 15% of the services that we're purchasing in that particular area. So, I think that there probably are a range of initiatives that could be further developed or explored to further enhance that. But it is certainly an enduring challenge for us, both in looking after the permanently serving individuals, but also for the veteran community.
Commissioner,
Yes.
if I may, the national census, the Australian census that was undertaken recently, for the first time has a veteran identifier in that. That will present us a great opportunity to understand where our veteran populations are serving, so that we can then work with DVA to understand what services need to be delivered there. We've not had that ability before, and when that report is released, there is the intention that we understand broader that cohort and where they are.
The last area I wanted to ask about related to not a converse, but a different issue where we've received evidence from a number of people who, while in service, were reluctant to take advantage of the medical facilities in service because if their condition was diagnosed, it would go on their record and might affect their employability and may lead to their being discharged, at least for medical reasons. Any comments, either of you two generals in particular, wish to make, or Rear Admiral, wish to make about that?
Commissioner, we are also aware of perhaps that sentiment that might exist. We have what's called a military employment classification approach, where you can seek medical assistance and be temporarily not able to deploy because we don't want to put you in further in harm's way, or perhaps as a consequence of you deploying with your comrades and peers, you might actually put them in harm's way because of an injury you might be carrying. So we have an approach to educate people, and our military employment classification system is about your employability and deployability. I'm not sure if the commissions have information on that, but 1 and 2 mean...
They call it MECS, don't they? MECS or something?
Yeah, MEC. So it's broadly 5 numbers. MEC 1 and 2, your MEC 1 is your deployable and employable fully with no restrictions. MEC 2 might mean you might have some restrictions. You might have to see a specialist once a year. MEC 3 is a temporary arrangement. MEC 4 means that the service might ask you to, you might not be able to perform your trade and function, and we might want you to reskill. So there are options to reskill and not leave defence. And then 5 is that you are transitioning from defence medically. So that system is designed to look holistically at a person and reskill, and whether their medical condition means that they should leave defence or otherwise. So that system perhaps needs more education across defence members to understand it's about their safety and their peers' safety in their employability and deployability. And we can work with them to reskill into different roles, not necessarily just leave defence unless clinically that's a reason to do so.
Can I particularise it in respect of mental health, especially where some of the evidence we've heard suggests that with mental health, the restrictions on what the serving soldier can do are said to be more than is reasonable. So, for example, because you're suffering from depression, even though you're medicated, apparently effectively you can't be issued a weapon in circumstances where you might be a weapons instructor, for example. Do you have any comment on that?
So, yes, we acknowledge that there are restrictions on individuals that will be placed, depending on the circumstances of those of the particular case. I think that over time, however, we have moved from what was historically a much more conservative approach in terms of the risk thresholds that were tolerated in terms of managing people with mental health disorders, and particularly those that were on antidepressants and under active management, to a much more risk-based, individual case-by-case managed approach to the restrictions that will be recommended in regards to the employability and deployability of those individuals. So there has been a shift in terms of the risk thresholds that will be applied in policy in regards to those individuals. I think there is absolutely no doubt there is a constant tension in our system around balancing the safety of an individual the safety of their peers and the safety of the mission against, their own health needs. And regardless of whether it is the MEC system as currently known or some other system that might be constructed, there will always be an enduring need in our context for the health condition and the health status of an individual and the risks that are potentially presented by that to the individual and to their work group, to need to translate that into how best to employ and deploy a member. And so there will be, currently it's the MEC system. It used to be, a system by a different name, but there will always need to be a way in which we can translate that personal sensitive health status information into an interpretable way that command and unit supervisors can use to safely employ and deploy an individual. We know that reluctance is creating a barrier to access to care from time to time. And I think, as General Fox indicated, it is always going to be important that individuals understand the purpose of that classification system that is inherently about the safety around our workplace, and that the earlier somebody presents with health issues, the less likely they are to need to be significantly restricted in the way they are employed or deployed. So it is an ongoing challenge, and I would say it is probably always going to be a challenge, and it is very difficult to have a perfect system.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. Major General Stothard, did you wish to add anything to that?
I think my colleagues have covered it pretty well, Commissioner. I think it's a really important area to break down the stigma to receiving care early. I think culturally we are now far more attuned to saying seek help early, and the treatment chance of success and return to full health is quite likely. But if you delay treatment, the chances of risk manifesting itself in ill health that might mean that those duty of care triggers are met is quite high. So seek help early, and life has stresses within it. We all have to deal with them, and seek help early. Your chances of retaining your deployable status and your career prospects are far higher. And I think that there are statistics to show that people are taking those options more regularly now than they were in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just have two questions. One is a follow-up to Commissioner Douglas's question. We've certainly heard a lot of evidence to say that when somebody breaks an arm or a leg, they're embraced by the unit, and they usually fix them up and they get back to work quite well. If it's a mental health issue or PTSD, the chances of them coming back, I have to say from the evidence we've heard, is, well, slim at best. And I appreciate there may be figures that indicate that's getting better. But I guess my question relates to General Stothard's point. It's the stigma. It's about when people put their hand up and say, I'm not travelling well, I need help. And then the evidence we've heard is that they're ostracised, marginalised, and very, very few, if any, from what we've heard, are able to climb back into rehabilitation. Would you care to comment on that, please?
I think as an institution we are becoming more aware and attuned to mental health issues and the best ways to deal with those mental health issues. Proximity to the team, staying in the team, and seeking the support of your peers is really quite healthy, whilst you're also getting the clinical support that you need. And staying connected in those teams is really the positive outcome we seek. Commissioner, I can only say that in my own experience in command and as part of teams and short readiness units is that culturally I've seen a shift. that we now understand it better, and our education of it and how we best manage it from a command perspective is improving as well. So I don't dispute the tragic evidence and the long-term effects that you've heard as evidence. I'm optimistic that we are getting better, more educated, and our command teams are receiving the right clinical advice and support about how we can best look after those people that need a bit of care and attention for periods of time.
Thank you, General. And I mean, we have to acknowledge there is a great deal of effort clearly going into fixing these problems, but they persist. The second question I had was in relation to analysis. We've talked a lot about the significant amount of data and information that you have, let's say from 2000 onwards. We've certainly heard evidence, and sometimes direct evidence, from people who did not suicide ultimately, but certainly from families of those who did suicide, that people leave notes to say, I'm doing it because I have been hazed, bastardised, or treated badly within a service. Does anyone go back? Are you aware of any body of work, of analysis, where people go back and look at units to see if there's any patterns whether one particular or more units stand out in terms of their number or gravity of what's happening? And perhaps to even, I mean, there are sometimes individuals who have been named in suicide notes as having done the wrong thing. Does anyone go back to check on that? Because I guess my point, General, was that unless there are real consequences for people who do the wrong thing, there's a real threat of consequences. Obviously, it will continue. When someone gets away with something, they all know about it, and someone else will feel more emboldened. I'm still not really clear who has responsibility for tracking down individual cases to find out what on earth happened to someone who has suicided.
Commissioner, where there is an IGADF report and there is comment about individuals in that report, I am aware of actions then occurring in terms of removing them from service as a consequence of their action. Where we see culturally different patterns of reporting, we will go and look at particular units, and we will look at, through multiple feeds, what might be happening there and try to understand further.
Sorry, could you be more specific? Who does this analysis of specific units that may be standing out for the sheer number of problems?
If I talk to, for example, Army, we have a team where, and I understand the Chief of Army made mention of this, if we have military justice audits, if there is a spike in military justice audits or some complaints in that, and then we're seeing perhaps some reporting through a Fair Go hotline, or we see some administrative decisions being made, and that's a pattern coming from a particular unit, we will go to, when I say we, the command chain, the Chief of Army or myself or the formation commander, and I have witnessed it where a formation commander, so a brigadier, has been called to ask to go and look at a particular unit, to talk to the CO and talk to the RSM, and I have seen action taken in a particular unit where there have been some concerns and people have been removed from command as a consequence.
So it's a responsibility of the CDF?
The chain of command through all supervisors.
Are you aware of any published results of that sort of work, of analysis of, you've talked about the pattern where one unit may stand out as having major issues in military justice terms or otherwise. Where do we find that?
The IGADF produces a military justice statistics catalogue. I don't think it goes down to unit breakdown though, but we do drill into that further to understand information further. So that is a public document. And the annual reports of unacceptable behaviour do allow us to pinpoint. And then, for example, in Army, there is what is known as the Pulse survey, where individuals are surveyed, and where there are concerns about particular areas, we do look at that much more closely. When I say we, it's the command chain. It gets asked to review what is happening with this particular unit. Is there an issue with climate? The Pulse might be reporting that. And then if you've got a corresponding military justice audit, we can look at it even closer because we're starting to fuse information sources together. There is not one system that automatically fuses that information together, unfortunately, because it's all captured in disparate systems. So we have to understand what we're looking at across multiple data sources to get that picture.
Okay, I'm sorry to harp on the point, but just going back to suicides in particular, who would do that similar body of work? If anyone.
I would expect that the IGADF would pull multiple artefacts to look at a suicide case to understand what's happened.
And it may be unfair to ask you if you feel it's an IGADF responsibility, but they're questions we have to ask, as you can appreciate. Thank you, Mr. Connor. Sorry, as Mr. Fordham, did you have any issues arising, or do you want to wait till the end?
No, thank you. I'll wait till the end.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Boss's recommendation 10.3 was that Defence and Department of Veterans Affairs should ensure that they're capturing all data relevant to suicide risk, protective factors, where these issues relate to services and issues arising during service. Now, Defence, you've said in paragraph, in your response, the Department has said, Defence agrees to this recommendation. Now, you've then gone on to say in answer to 2D, key steps have not yet been determined. So when will it happen?
Is it possible, as with other recommendations, we're able to see the wording of the recommendation, or could you repeat it for us, please?
Operator, might you display awww.00001.0021.0064. Now, I'd also wish to explore with you, they're the three recommendations. Sorry, operator, .0001.0263@0369, please, operator. Sorry, operator, might I check this? .0001.0263@0369. .0369. Thank you, operator. You'll see the recommendation 10.3 there. You'll see Defence agrees and date has not been determined. Just come down the page a little bit further, please, operator. Key steps have not yet been determined. Now, when will this occur?
So, I might start.
Yes.
I don't have a date for you. The response indicates that a date has not yet been determined. The report was received by Defence in September of last year, and I think you've heard other evidence last week that there is a process where that the department needs to undertake to look at these recommendations in the entirety of the report and go through a process of prioritising these. But that's not to say that we're not already capturing some of these data points as it relates to the work inherent in the Defence Suicide Database. and other work that we have ongoing that relates to protective and risk factors. So I think we absolutely recognise the importance of trying to understand protective and risk factors, and we have work to do to understand how we might, as a department, get after this specific recommendation,
And-
if that were to be agreed.
And this
by
seems to be, do you agree it's a matter of some significance to explore this?
Yes, could I maybe offer some further information about it? Is that it is an area of real significance. Some of the work that we have done, which is informing this, is the work that we have started to look at in terms of looking at suicidality behaviours, ideation, plans and attempts, and so forth. The work that we've done in that area has been about trying to look at what information do we have within our electronic health system.
Yes.
We pulled together an expert group to help us consider what sort of other data we may require.
Yes.
There is a range of data across the department that includes health data, incident management data, and some of the data that the Major General has previously explained. And that body of work is now to proceed in trying to look at how we can look at that data with the work that's happening outside of defence through the National Suicide and Deliberate Self-Harm Behaviour Monitoring System to start to look at what is the evidence base to do it. That's the work that we have on our plate. So we have done some exploratory work about better understanding our data. We are engaged in looking at the work that's currently happening outside of defence and the Australian system in looking at suicidal behaviour. And we are committed to be able to developing a better way of looking at the range of data in defence in order to better inform suicide risk and suicide protective factors. We're not there yet, but in actual fact, that has been identified as part of our mental health strategy and suicide program as the area for future development and ongoing development. So we see it's critical and we are progressing towards that.
Operator, might just display the next page, please, and go to the response to question 4. Commissioners, you'll see 5 paragraphs in the response to question 4. Now, I refer to paragraph 4. This is what you're speaking about. You're exploring the electronic health record to optimise the way in which data is captured on suicidal ideation. Now, that seems to be, that's been existing for years, as it were, I imagine, within the health record. And you will now know, very shortly, persons who have experienced suicidal ideation. Is that the position?
So the position is we are certainly in a better position now than we were even 12 months ago or 2 years ago to better identify and understand the presentations of people who are coming to Garrison Health Centres with suicide ideation or planning. And however, that only goes to a small picture of the sorts of characteristics and risks that we need to understand as an organisation about being able to do early intervention. Because from a health point of view, very often the opportunities for early intervention are actually way before they've presented to the health system. And so the idea of being able to look at the health data, but also the other data from other areas of the organisation is fundamental to having a broad understanding about risk factors. That's the area of further work that needs to be done.
But that's treating it, to use Commissioner Brown's expression, I think, in the aggregate. What about the individual person and someone with suicidal ideation within the Defence Force? Are you presently picking up those people or not?
Sorry, do you want to go?
Maybe if I could, Mr. Connor, health is one aspect of wellbeing, and in some respects, when the health services are triggered, it's generally due to an alert from the chain of command or a peer that has encouraged or assisted that person to seek treatment. And I think it's important to understand the command structure that sits around each of the units, invariably creating a positive climate and a good culture, where people are encouraged to seek help early and to do so in such a way that will maintain capability for themselves and the unit. Within a command team, there's layers of hierarchy with responsibility to look after the individual, extending to other areas, including housing and education, and taking an interest in their family and their children. It is a family when it works well. And there are unit padres offering pastoral care of multi-faith and non-denominational support. And so within this system of command, there's lots of support readily available for people to seek assistance and help. And in my experience, when you do have an individual or someone who has been suffering some stress in their lives for a number of different reasons, it could be financial, it could be personal relationships, that is known to the team, the chain of command, their peers, their friends. And that support is incredibly important to provide first response to the stresses that everybody goes through in life. And if they are starting to worsen, then there is a referral. I know you're probably speaking to an enterprise approach to the sort of statistical analysis of where risk may...
No, Major General, I was talking about the e-health record and the capacity to identify in the electronic health record attempts, for example. And
So I understand the question now.
I apologise.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, there was some confusion.
The problem we're having is that the witnesses were taken to a generalised recommendation in a report that's enterprise-wide. The questioning's then moved to an individual level, but my friend didn't actually ask a question about the e-health record that elicited that answer.
I appreciate that, but he did ask about the individual person, who's someone with suicidal ideation within the defence force.
No, I accept that, but then the criticism of the witness was that they hadn't answered in relation to the e-health record and it formed no part of the question.
Oh,
Commissioners, I took the Commission to paragraph number 4 in that section, which is the e-health record.
okay. Well, who would like to answer the question now?
So I'm happy to answer the question, but can I just understand the question? Is it about the electronic health record, which is a tool for delivering healthcare? And is it the data that is captured on that, or are you asking about, because I think your original question was around how confident are we that everyone in defence who has suicidal ideation is being is accessing care or is being identified?
I refer you to the paragraph 4 in this section, not numbered, which Defence has also undertaken work on the electronic and to optimise the way in which data is captured on suicidal ideation. So we're not particularly talking about systemic matters here, we're talking about individual cases. Some person within Defence whose suicidal ideation behaviours and attempts. Now, why are those individuals who are expressing suicidal ideation or have made an attempt being followed up in any way?
Yes, so we know that at any given point in time in our health system, we estimate that we are managing across the Garrison health system around about 39 individuals at a time who have presented to our health system with suicidal ideation. The way in which those individuals are managed by our healthcare providers, we have multidisciplinary, comprehensive healthcare teams that are located on each of our defence bases around the country, through which serving full-time ADF members access healthcare. In those health centres are multidisciplinary teams, which are primary healthcare based, but have a range of disciplines, including mental health, psychology, general practice, nursing, dentistry, physio, rehabilitation services. Those individuals will be managed as clinically appropriate based on the clinical judgment and assessment of the clinicians who are looking after that individual. There, every door is a good door for individuals to enter, to seek access from our health system. And I think, as my colleague indicated, some of those referral pathways may be from command and units and workplaces. There may be self-referrals. There may be referrals from other members of the healthcare team. There is a deliberate assessment and intake process that is delivered around those individuals, where there is a deliberate risk assessment that is conducted in terms of their mental health. They are followed up or referred to other specialist and allied healthcare providers or inpatient treatment and outpatient treatment programs, as is clinically indicated and required on an individual case-by-case basis. So I am confident that we have a very comprehensive healthcare system that wraps around the individuals who do present with suicidal ideation. And our health record, our health data system captures those presentations. And I think I gave you some sort of broad brush sort of indication of the certain burden of suicidal ideation that we are dealing with at any one point in time, and clearly that fluctuates at a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month level.
Does that figure of 39 also include the attempts?
So the attempts, when we estimate that there are at any given time about 27 individuals that we will be managing it, and this is very averaged data, so I hope you sort of take it in the vein that it's intended. But our sort of health burden of disease in terms of managing clinically people who have attempted suicide who are serving in our Defence Force is about 27 at any one point in time, and about 39 in addition to that who might present with ideation.
And you would have totals, not now, but you would have totals of all those presently within the Defence Force who have at any time expressed suicidal ideation or at any time attempted suicide?
Yes, to the degree to which they present to our health system. And so while we also acknowledge anecdotal reports and reporting that individuals access healthcare out of our system, it's good that they're accessing healthcare is the first thing that I would say about that. But we also know that we are delivering significant volumes of health services to our individuals. And so, for instance, another data point that I could share with you is that 36% of our serving forces each year have contact with a dedicated mental health service in our garrison health system. And that compares to the civilian population, where it's about 1.9%. So we know the uptake and the contact with mental health services in our system is very high in comparison to other parts of the community and by international standards as well.
Now, has any analysis been done concerning the persons who have died by suicide who are members of the Defence Forces, and whether they had previously had in the defence records suicidal ideation or alternatively suicide attempts?
We're able to identify that for those who've died by suicide who have engaged with the Defence healthcare system for the purposes of mental health care, but there are a proportion of people who've died by suicide who haven't previously engaged for the provision of mental health care. But yes, that would exist within the health record.
Have you done the analysis of a person who has died by suicide, their interactions with the health system, the military health system, and particularly previous attempts, previous suicidal ideations? Has that been done?
The analysis is available. I wouldn't be able to give you numbers here, but we could help you by having a look at that for you. But what I would indicate is that it may well be the case that an individual who's died by suicide, that when a review subsequently occurs, that information about previous ideation or attempts comes up as part of the review, but in actual fact there continues to be an absence of any presentation to the health system with ideation or attempts. So the lack of that information being there on the health record is not always an indication that they were not experiencing suicidalation or had suicide attempts in the past.
It's clear. I understand that, yes.
Yeah.
And if I might also offer is that we do, and I don't have the information in my mind to relay to you now, but we do know from our defence suicide database and looking back at numbers, we can report on how many individuals have been engaged by mental health services who have subsequently died by suicide. And we know that, and I don't want to share a percentage with you, but it's, maybe 40%, maybe more, but, maybe about half, depending on which year and which cohort you're looking at, have not had engagement with our health services previously. And that underscores for us the importance of the work that we're doing in the WATCH study, which is looking at those subsyndromal patterns of engagement where we're missing opportunities for early detection and early intervention. So it is something that we're acutely aware of and that we are keen to look more into.
Now, if that process can be accelerated rather than key steps have not yet been determined, I'm sure the defence population would appreciate that. That's the recommendation 10.3. Now, the trauma-informed care, that idea, that particular kind of training. Now, are all the psychologists operating within the Defence Force, have they had trauma-informed care?
It would certainly be the case that all of our mental health professionals would be alert and aware, given their training around the impact of trauma. What you're referring to as trauma-informed care has become sort of known as a particular area of further development. And I wouldn't today be able to tell you that all of our mental health professionals have necessarily undertaken specific programs in trauma-informed care. I wouldn't have that information for you at the moment.
But it would be available somewhere in due course.
It would be available. It would be a matter of us actually going out to seek that information from a number of the full range of providers that provide services.
Now, turning to the area of people suffering some physical injury and then being put in a holding unit for rehabilitation. And then we hear from time to time of people dying by suicide in these places, having been in these places, being cut they're not with their usual unit. Now, have you looked at that area and looked at those, the deaths by suicide of people emerging from those rehabilitation units?
So the first thing that I would say about the rehabilitation program is that from a health system point of view, we deliver a comprehensive occupational rehabilitation program for individuals who are injured or unwell, and it's not a compensation based, it's no matter what the cause. We invest in and provide comprehensive occupational rehab services for every individual in Defence. Each of the single services has slightly different approaches to how they need to manage their workforce when they need to manage individuals who have different levels of employability and deployability restrictions on what they're fit and not fit to do. So the paradigm, and it's probably easy for me to talk wearing the uniform that I am, around the Navy paradigm, for instance. You know, if an individual is posted to a seagoing unit, it is not uncommon for that individual to have to be posted off that ship for the purposes of access to healthcare that they might need for rehabilitation, but also for the safety of that individual in terms of their work environment. So there is not uncommonly, depending on the severity of somebody's injury or illness status, a need to locate them somewhere where they can optimise their rehabilitation and keep them safe from further injury and give them the opportunity to rehabilitate. So Army, Navy and Air Force all have slightly different constructs because they have different unique environmental requirements.
Now, we won't go into the details of the injuries that are suffered. Productivity Commissioner Recommendation 5.2 spoke of a new approach to injury prevention. And there were pilot studies being carried out at Laverick and Holsworthy, and those pilot studies didn't reveal very much. Is that the end story on that?
I can talk to that. They were pilots conducted in the Army, and
just a moment or two rather than a detail.
Sure. So the pilot in Townsville, the lessons from that indicated that we needed a health human performance monitoring system. It was more of a technical solution outcome because that was that fused information approach that wasn't available. The pilot in Holsworthy revealed that it was looking more at individuals and a health app approach. That health app is not available, but the lesson that came from that was the physiotherapists and the PTIs in that particular trial needed to work more closely together for the health outcomes of the individual. So they were smaller trials. Army has subsequently incorporated those two trials into a broader human performance optimisation framework that will look at the physical, cognitive and social cultural aspects of human performance, and is partnering with a number of universities and Defence Science and Technology Group around the perspective, physical performance and resilience of our workforce that incorporates injury prevention, nutrition, sleep, fatigue management to optimise the human performance in austere environments that we might need to operate in.
That was scoped in 2020, endorsed in March of 21.
That's the human performance management system. That's a technical platform. It is not the trials that are underway with universities.
Right.
That has been scoped. Funding has been approved for that particular platform in Army. It is the value of that particular platform is such that it's not a single sole or a single source provision. And so the program manager in Army is working with delivery agencies to determine who will deliver that program and then go out in a broader tender arrangement for the platform.
Now, Commissioner Boss's recommendation 3.3.8 concerned using mental health champions. I'll read it out. Defence and DVA develop a program to engage the ADF members and veterans with lived experience of mental ill health who have rehabilitated or are able to subsequently redeploy to be mental health champions to assist in the destigmatisation of mental ill health. Now, that was, I think, referred to in the Senate in 2016. The Roses in the Ocean Ms Bronwyn-Edwards, that's July 2019. Now, there's a recruitment and appointment of manager in January 22. So we've been waiting since July 2019. So 6 months there, another year gone, and you've now got a manager appointed in January. Why so slow on this?
So might I indicate that there's a time frame that you identified there that relates to development, adoption and implementation of the experience framework. But there's also part of your question goes to the use of lived experience and mental health champions within the defence environment. And whilst I think it's very accurate to say that one of the areas that we are committed to and we are continuing to look at proceeding is the application of the lived experience framework. But I would make a distinction that the lived experience framework is a very broad piece of work that's about trying to get lived experience into the areas of policy development, program development and system development. However, we have for quite a long period of time prior to Dr. Boss's recommendation, in fact, incorporated the lived experience and the use of people that I know are being referred to there as mental health champions into a whole range of activity since 2010 to help people understand the barriers to care, to help them understand how they can access services, what it's like to experience a mental health issue, what it's like to return to work having had a mental health issue. And these lived experiences have been demonstrated and promoted through the development of promotional material such as video material that has been used to have command and promotion day activities. We have been able to have the benefit of the experience of family members who've had direct interviews recorded and then available through those platforms and videos of their experience of supporting a member, how they identified difficulties, where they went to seek to get help, what were the experiences they had in doing that. It's also incorporated information from mental health professionals and the full network of clinicians, but also commanders, chaplains, welfare officers, talking to people about how they can better understand and identify issues. And then we've also had clinicians talking about the types of treatment that are available and what people could expect if they go to seek treatment. So we have since 2010 resources that we can definitely provide for your further consideration, information that goes through all of those areas in a number of different formats. And Surgeon General has just reminded me, one of the one of the things that occurred in 2004 was taking some of this lived experience and putting on the national community stage through the ADF Theatre project, which actually talked about the experience of people developing PTSD, coming home, recovering from it and seeking assistance. That has progressed into the ADF Arts program, which has been running now for a number of years, that actually involves those who have been injured or ill, some with physical and some with mental health concerns, and looks at them engaged in meaningful activity around arts, literature, creative activities to look at meaningful engagement for those people. But they have used that process to present back to the veteran community their experience and the experience of what it's like to seek help, and most importantly, the experience of what recovery can look like for people, which is a really important message that the mental health promotion, suicide prevention promotion tries to get across in the best possible way we can to instill hope into what is a fairly despairing situation. So whilst I can say there's no formal mental health champions mechanism at this point, there are many examples of the use of mental health champions to support the demonstration of lived experience, and we remain fully committed to the work of implementation of a lived experience framework. But we also believe that our ability to deliver the lived experience framework will be enhanced if we do it parallel with the development we'll be doing with the Safe Side framework, whereby we're using lived experience to inform the development of that framework and its adaptation to the military in a way that allows it to link into policy programs, clinical delivery, and education for ADF members and families.
When did you start the Safe Side implementation process?
Safe Side, we initially started looking at Safe Side as Open Arms had implemented Safe Side into that. We took the opportunity to look at that implementation, and therefore in April last year, I presented a formal proposal to the Surgeon General, which he approved, which was the rationale for why we should be looking at an adoption of Safe Side. And then in, I believe, November of last year, we had used that period of time to engage in a procurement process with Dr. Pisani's organisation to in fact look at the procurement of the development, design and the implementation over a 3-year period. That contract is now in place. In the last number of weeks, Dr. Pisani has, while he's been in Australia, has already started conducting learning sessions within our Garrison Health facilities. And while he's here, he will be conducting some senior leadership discussions to create greater awareness about Safe Side and its application.
Just returning to the Defence Health Manual for a moment. The Dr. Pisani's got a role in looking at that. Is that correct to understand that?
We will be working with Dr. Pisani to ensure that what we adapt from the Safe Side framework is supported by any realignment that's required in relation to our policy and procedures around mental health and suicide risk assessment.
Is there any scheduled review of the elements of the Defence Health Manual concerning suicide generally?
Scheduled? So the scheduled review coincides with the development of the lived experience framework, and the Safe Side. We last reviewed, the periods of time that we've reviewed the suicide risk assessments fall into 2014, 2016 and 2018. We would be scheduled to be doing further reviews in the next 2-year period. So our opportunity to do that is enhanced by bringing on the lived experience framework, their participation within that, and also the Safe Side development as well. So we feel like we have aligned those requirements so that we can best, in fact, make sure that our policy is aligned with the education and program development that occurs, and that would then align with when we're looking at proceeding towards a single veterans mental health strategy, which of course would then align because DVA through Open Arms have also adopted the Safe Side framework.
Now, returning to the defence strategy, now don't see any detailed reference at all to specific groups at risk of who may have a higher at-risk status as an element of the population, say Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, say LGBT. Is there any reason for that? They've been not attended to in the strategy?
There's no specific reason why the strategy doesn't pull out a particular group within Defence, except to say that the strategy also identifies that all of the elements of a mental health and wellbeing strategy, the consequent programs, are in fact expected for the whole force. So the expectation is that the implementation of that strategy would be applied to the whole force. And so as taking a whole of organisation approach, as some of the other areas of provision of health, but cultural development within cultural behaviours within the department, personnel command management, as any of those particular groups within Defence may well receive attention through other areas, the application of health policy generally and the application of mental health policy in particular would be applied to those groups as well. So their absence is not an indication that they're not included.
Commissioners, might you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown?
I just have a question for Rear Admiral Sharkey. You were identifying before perhaps 3 different groups when it comes to those who present to, well, those who may come to health services, I guess, is those who come to a health service and identify or disclose that they have suicidal ideation or a suicide attempt. There are those who may attend a health service but not disclose, and then there are a third group who may not seek a health service at all. And you said you weren't aware of the data in relation to those who had died by suicide who had sought a health service. I think that's what you said.
So I think I said I couldn't recall specific percentages of members who've died by suicide while serving in terms of their the numbers exactly that had accessed healthcare or not. But I am aware that we have sought to have a look at how many, for instance, in the last 12 months, 2 years, 3 years, who may have been known to the health system and under active mental health care management or not. So, for instance, I did have and I just can't remember the details, sorry, and I don't have it in front of me, but we have sought to look at, for instance, in regards to the Middle East campaign over the operations over that 2-decade period, whether there was a nexus between that cohort and the Defence Suicide Database, for instance, and those that may or may not have been engaged in healthcare. So we do look into those connections, and we utilise the Defence Suicide Database to answer questions as they arise, as we come to review certain parts of the defence work. I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm just been looking at the final report from the AIHW that was prepared for the Interim National Commissioners Review, and I appreciate it's a different data set to that which is accessible to you, but what it tells me is that 97% of serving members who died by suicide used a health service in the 12 months before their death. That's possibly not a surprise given some of the figures you talked about, the frequency of health presentations. Perhaps what's more surprising is 84% accessed a health service in the 60 days before they died, 55% in the 30 days before they died, and 29% in the week before they died. Now, that's not just defence services, obviously. But what that tells me is that people are reaching out. They might not be reaching out and saying, hey, I'm suicidal, but they are reaching out, which suggests that there has to be more opportunity there for the health system, defence and beyond to be responding better to these individuals. Do you have a comment in response to that?
Yes.
So Commissioner, we would fully agree that those, if they're not looked at, there are opportunities lost, in actual fact. And one of the reasons that we have looked at what was referred to earlier as the WATCH study program was as a follow-up to the finding on the Transition and Wellbeing Research program that identified there was a trajectory of sub-threshold symptoms that, if looked at earlier, might actually change that trajectory. Additionally, it identified the situation that a large number of people were reporting that despite having stigma beliefs about mental health issues, they were nonetheless utilising the mental health care delivered by Defence, and some of them using it within 12 months and 3 months of them having a mental health concern. Now, having that information made us think about what are the ways in which people present to Defence Health that don't initially get presented as suicidal ideation or a mental health disorder, but in actual fact might be an issue with sleep, an issue in relation to diet, an issue in relation to relationship concerns, a whole range of those. So the whole premise of the WATCH study is in fact for us to get, now we feel like we've got the quantitative data from the TWIP, but it's now the qualitative data from talking to ADF members, family members, health providers, the clinicians, and command around what do they see in those early presentations. Not the diagnosis, what are the behaviours they see, and then for us to actually fashion and shape the knowledge that those ADF members and family members can give us about what would be valuable to you at that time. What information would be useful, what assistance would be useful, and how might it be best presented to you if the way it's currently presented isn't compatible or useful. The WATCH program is to help us look at those issues exactly.
And that will go, in terms of the response, that will go outside of just a health response.
Yes, because it will pick up the other issues that they may have concerns about, such as the issues, the factors that relate to lifetime wellbeing.
Yeah.
And if I might just add to Commissioner that I appreciate your observation that the missed opportunities about the contact that, in those cases where contact has been made in the recent past with the health service. The other observation is that we know that health service and that health system is, a protective factor, and that's been identified in, numerous other literature reports, and contributes no doubt to the 50% lower rates that we see in suicide rates of serving members. So we are very keen to understand what we're missing in terms of opportunities in that, but also to ensure that we maintain the integrity of those protective factors, as we consider recommendations that come from other reviews, so that we are not inadvertently unwinding some of those protective factors that no doubt exist in the health system and in the broader system, welfare system that we have in Defence.
And can I just ask one other question in relation to medication? Again, referring to that ARHW final report, there's data in there around medication use by those who have died by suicide. And I don't want to specifically go to the figures, but I guess the issue I want to explore is how much opportunity is there for interventions beyond the prescription of medication within the Defence Force Health, because the data might suggest that perhaps medication might be a first line option rather than third or beyond.
So the observation I would make around the process in which individuals are treated and managed by clinicians is that, as I described before, there are on-base clinicians, general practitioners on our bases, and mental health care providers, but GPs that will manage patients in accordance with their clinical scope of practice and the RACGP guidelines and other best practice. So they will make decisions around that we do not in Defence mandate how they might manage a patient. The clinical needs of those individual patients are what drive the clinical management plan. The referrals that are then made to off-base specialists, our network of psychiatrists, other inpatient treatment programs, will be guided by what those psychiatrists, the treating team around those individuals, recommend are the needs of that individual patient. So Defence is not, through our Defence Health Manual, mandating what medication must be prescribed to individuals who present in a certain way. That is all done in a case-by-case basis, driven by what is evidence-based medicine and what is in the professional opinion of the treating team that is around that patient.
Sure. But can I just ask, I appreciate that it is an individual clinician's decision, but as a quality measure, have you actually done an audit of practice against, for example, clinical practice guidelines? For example, the 2021 College of Psychiatrists Clinical Practice Guidelines for Mood Disorders say your first line intervention should be lifestyle factors, your second line intervention should be psychological therapies, and only at third line do you get to medication. I'm just wondering whether you've actually ever looked at that to ensure that your members are getting those other first and second line interventions before they get to the third line?
Thank you for that, Commissioner. We have looked at it. There's some history for us here, because in around the dates of 2013-14, we in fact conducted an audit of complex mental health situations and individual clinical matters for ADF members in the southern Queensland area. And we engaged with some internal and external experts to do a clinical case review, a desktop review that also involves some interviewing of clinicians and command. And we also did a review of the administrative arrangements that were put in place around those cases and individuals as well. The outcome of that was, in fact, one of the outcomes of that was, in fact, that clinical guidelines were, in fact, being applied in the majority of those cases, that where levels of medication had been identified, the review and the audit were able to demonstrate that appropriate step-level care had occurred for each of those individuals before it had reached a point where medication was being used. Additionally, outside of that particular review, we also we also promote evidence-based treatments for conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder. We apply the national guidelines that come out through NHMRC and also Phoenix Australia when they've coordinated those. And therefore, when we talk about the treatment of PTSD with our clinicians or with our contracted specialist providers or with the programs that we're referring people that are accredited treatment programs, we also recognise that we're going for the level of treatment according to those guidelines, which are, as you accurately described, the area of being able to say, looking at cognitive behavioural interventions in the first place, you're looking at lifestyle management, you're looking at medication as a higher level treatment that might occur. One of the reasons that we conducted the PTSD Restore trial was in actual fact to look at how we could make available a gold standard treatment intervention of exposure therapy in a more rapid methodology to enable access to cognitive behavioural treatment and exposure therapy to ADF members in a much more accessible and quicker time frame that in actual fact would get them to at an earlier stage of their PTSD journey. We run a second opinion clinic which enables our GPs and medical officers within garrison health centres for complex cases, and complexity may be because of acuteness, complexity and medication requirements, they can seek a second opinion from our senior consultant psychiatrist at the ADF Centre and the team of psychologists and psychiatrists who work with him in order to have a second opinion of the characteristics, the treatment plan, the assessment, which would include consideration of whether medication levels are appropriate as one factor within all of that. So we have a number of ways in which we promote good practice, but also try to support our clinicians to be educated about it and apply it as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. I only have one supplementary question, which I should have asked earlier. A couple of you referred in passing to a quote, no joke, unquote policy. Can somebody translate that for me, please?
And I'm sorry I can't remember the specific year, but it was somewhere around the 2016 to 2018 period. There was a tragic death by suicide that occurred. One of the learnings that came out of that was the observation that there had, in the journey of this person, been a situation where a joke had been made around suicide. It appeared that in actual fact, not enough notice was taken of that as being indicative, indicative of subsequent behaviour. As a result of that, one of the recommendations that came out from the IGADF inquiry into that was in actual fact to have a look at the issue of how would we how would we approach the situation of reducing the risk of that occurring again. There was quite a lot of deliberation on the whole issue about how introducing some approach around no joke policy might have in regards to reducing or adding to stigma. However, we proceeded with the utmost caution in that case, and we have in fact produced that in our policy in the advice and guidance that goes to ADF members, commanders, and all of defence personnel around if they are hearing an individual joke about suicide as it relates to them or someone close to them or a work colleague, that should not be ignored. And our training and awareness programs go to supporting people about how to have those sorts of conversations and actually assist the person to be able to seek help and where to go and whose attention to bring that to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Anything arising?
No, Commissioner.
Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I believe there's nothing further then in terms of questions.
Commissioner, might Rear Admiral Sharkey and Mr. David Morton be released from their summons to attend?
Okay.
Major General Natasha Fox and Major General Stothard are here in the morning again.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate your time, obviously, and the evidence you've given today. It's much appreciated. Thank you. If there's nothing further, Mr. Connor, we might adjourn for the day. We'll adjourn to reconvene at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission will adjourn until Tuesday, the 15th of March at 10 a.m.